I just started to press. Oh, there we go. Hello? Hi. Oh. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Sis Ngobile there. Good morning, everyone. So, but we're having a bit of a delay in terms of our program. Remember, I said it starts now at 9:30. However, can we please start with the program at 10? So I'll just give you guys some time to, network, talk about your topics, those who are presenting, brush up on your presentations, and then we'll start at 10. Thank you.
Good morning. Let's start, colleagues. I'm sure that we have got a wonderful evening, and you wake up early, and you had a nice breakfast in the morning. Okay. We don't want to have candidates here who are hungry, because we are about to embark in a very interesting subject of innovation and technology transfer. So the point I'm trying to say, colleagues, is that there's a bit of reshuffling in our program for today. So now that Dr. Mpidi is with us here, we'll zoom straight to the presentation, which was supposed to be the second presentation of today, because we are not going to have the first presentation on policy modeling and also decision support systems. But what we have decided that we'll do in the afternoon, soon after Doctor's presentation, will allow enough opportunity for students' presentation and also to engage students if ever there are some questions. But you will hear more about that process through Prof. Mtapuri then at a later stage. But you will have enough opportunity where we are going to have a relaxed session in the afternoon, just to engage, because I'm sure that, as I said earlier, that some of you, in line with your expectation, you indicated that by the time you leave here, you want to have a clear direction in actual sense in terms of where we are heading to with your work there. So we'll try to provide that opportunity in the afternoon then. With that said then, colleagues, let me just introduce Dr. Hamilton Mpidi, who is currently the head responsible for innovation and technology transfer at Tshwane University of Technology. Prior to joining TUT, he spent 15 years in technology innovation space in information and communication technology sector. During this time, he had various positions at various universities, including the University of Pretoria, and also Embassy of the United States of America, Financial and Fiscal Commission, and also Sasol Technology, respectively. His academic qualifications include a master's degree and a PhD in information science from the School of Information Technology at the University of Pretoria. He has recently completed his master's of business administration from the University of Applied Science in Finland. He is also a board member of Pretoria West Hospital, Rail Manufacturing Center for Entrepreneurship Rapid Incubator, South African Library for the Blind, as well as other fiduciary and advisory roles. His field of expertise include innovation management, intellectual property, technology entrepreneurship, information management, information and medical ethics, and law and ICT governance. He is also a convener of the Gauteng Technology Transfer Forum. Let us welcome Dr. Mpidi and give a round of applause to welcome him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for such introduction. Let me try to load my presentation now. Thank you for the introduction, Prof, and thank you for hijacking me. I came with the mentality that I'm presenting in the afternoon, you know, and I'm not a morning person, but I'm awake, and we will share the presentation. It's such an exciting to be amongst you, and I've read the profile and to see who are the target audience, and it's always good to know who are the target, and so that you can actually engage, and then I can see that you have a packed program and you really enjoy. And I'm going to try to simplify. I try to simplify my presentation because normally when you talk about innovation and technology transfer, people are thinking ICT, technology transfer, but if you try to contextualize it and make it people understand what is tech transfer, and it makes life easy. Prof has given you my background, so I will not elucidate on that, but it's such an exciting when you try to inculcate innovation and technology transfer in actually in a more academic level. At the current moment, there is not really a degree where you can say that you will study to be in the field of innovation. Other universities have started to have programs where you can actually study. You can do entrepreneurship, you can do and end up. Unlike you have to if you want to be a chemical engineer, you do BSc or BEng. You don't have that, so it's actually a diverse field. So any one of you, if you decide you want to be in the innovation, it's possible. Either as an innovator or as a manager, It's the same as entrepreneurship. You can study business development and end up being a business advisor or actually an entrepreneur, And we see a lot of students are studying entrepreneurship, For me, it's very important that if you study entrepreneurship, maybe think about an entrepreneur, because it's easy when you advise people you've actually had a business, whether the business has started or it has failed, But if you're going to talk to people you've never had a business and you're going to teach people about how to do a business plan, canvas model, people want experience, real life experience, And so think about that. If you enter entrepreneurship, think about entrepreneurial way, start a business. And with you, actually, your research is going to be able to start your business, because most of the startups must come from the university, and those startups must come from the PhD, masters and PhD research, And this has been done all over the world, If you go to Europe, most of these startups are from student research, PhD, masters, and you know that in a PhD, you need to contribute new knowledge. Unfortunately, things have changed now. We see a lot of topics that really won't make any impact. It's just people want to get a qualification, and I'm not trying to criticize people. Want to get a qualification and to have a DR in front of them. But think about what impact your research will do. Recently, I had a workshop with some of our stakeholders, and we say that we want to influence the university culture that before you can even decide on your topic, your PhD, your master's PhD topic, you must do a business case. Why? Why do you need that topic? What impact will it have? Rather than you just having a topic and then you got a qualification, it doesn't help. Yes, not all the research will be commercialized. Not all the research will be commercially viable. That we must clarify it. Not all the research. But we need to focus on solving the real problem, the challenges. As Africans, we must solve our own problems. And we can do that through research. So let me just actually start here. So I will start with a technology transfer. And then I will take you through how can we capacitate and build technology transfer. Now, I'll start with the picture. I'm sorry if you can see it, the one on our right. So when we talk about technology transfer, there are critical elements that you need to think about them. Firstly, you need to think about customers. So you need to see who's going to use this innovation. Who is going to use this innovation? That's very crucial, because if you don't have a market, if you don't know who's going to use it, then that's a challenge. Then one of the aspects you need to think about, okay, now I've got this innovation, and now how do I protect it? Because it's very, very important that your innovation from your research is protected. And every university in South Africa and in the world, almost all universities, they've got an office called Innovation and Technology Transfer. that is where you should approach the office and say, how do I protect my research? Most of researchers, they actually give away the research which is patentable by publishing. And there's nothing wrong with publishing. You can protect before publishing. And let me tell you, you can protect your invention or your research or your idea overnight before you can even present in a conference. So it doesn't stop you, patenting doesn't stop you from protecting your idea. So it's very, very important. Because, and then I will elaborate, the reason why I say protect, if you're doing research and you realize, yeah, there is something potential commercial viable, protect it. The reason being, once you publish it, we call it, it's in the public domain. You destroy your novelty. Because once you put something in the domain, anyone can use it, isn't it? Anyone can use it. Anyone in your field can use it. So once it's published in a journal article or in a conference, you destroy your novelty. So you cannot be able to protect it through a patent formally. It doesn't stop you to use it. You can still commercialize it, but the fear is that if you don't protect it, you won't be able to use it, to protect it. Now, most of the investors, if you go to the investor, if you go to Sasol, you go to Vodacom and say, I've got this fantastic invention. They want to know who owns the patents. Who's the owner of the patents? Because they want to be protected. They don't want to invest on your invention, and then the next thing, another company is coming and say, this is ours. They don't want to be sued. They don't want to waste their money. So they want to know who is the sole proprietor, who is the owner of this innovation. So it's very, very important that you protect it. Not everything is protected. We know copyright. It's automatic. So if you write a book, it's automatic. Your copyright. But if it's something that is it's a formula, it's an engineering tool, you need to protect it. If it's a design, you have to protect it. So then patenting is very important, but it's not the end. So when I say it's not the end, it meaning that even if you don't patent it, doesn't mean you can't use it. You can't commercialize it. You can, but what you need to do then, it means that you need to do what we call freedom to operate. So you need to do a search and see that if I sell this microphone, am I not infringing someone? Because if you don't do that, and you start selling this microphone and say that this is my innovation, the people that owns this, they're going to sue you. They're going to sue you, and it's going to be a problem. Because they will want profit, certain percentage for the profit. Well, in South Africa, we don't do a lot of suing, because suing, you have to prove damages. So in South Africa, we rather interdict you. So you find that you've produced a lot of microphones, they are lying in the store, they're in macro, they are in whatever, and then I come and say, this is my invention, I interdict you. Can you imagine? So when I interdict you, you can't sell them, you must remove them from the store, from the shelves. That's a loss on you, and you've got investors. So it's very important. Partnership is very important. So you need to partner with, look, there's no man or no woman's island. You need to work with people. We see a lot of researchers that are, especially, let me say grassroots, who come with body lotions. They are not even scientists. They don't know anything about, but they've got great ideas. But how do those people going to commercialize? They need to partner with the scientists that's going to help them, how to take this to the lab, test them, because you are dealing with sort of products that are very fragile. So partnership is very important. You cannot be on your own. You will need funding to take this research to a next step. So partner is very important. Now, lastly, in the tech transfer, you will need different options. So as academics, chances are that you know the business acumen. You don't need it, you're not interested. Not many researchers are interested in business. But now, if you go to innovation and you want to commercialize, how do you do it? Because you are an academic or you just work a 9-to-5 job. So the better way is say that, let me take this research out or this innovation and license it to someone. That particular company will then commercialize, sell, and distribute. They give me royalties. That's the most common option used because it's cheaper. You don't have, let's say it's a product that you need to set up a manufacturing facility. Where are you going to get money? Not everyone has money to set up the manufacturing facility. So the better way is to look for someone who's in that space. I mean, I always tell people that if you have a beverage that is soft drink, I mean, the ideal way will be to approach Coca-Cola and say that, don't you want to add this product in your portfolio? Because you don't want to be in the street selling your own brand that people don't know it. Who's going to buy the brand that they don't know in the street? Because that's where you're going to start. You're going to start selling in the boot. If you see More Fire, the drink of DJ Swu, obviously with him, he was looking at the margins. The margins are not high when you are going to put it in the shelves in Pick and Pay or Checkers, because they have business. So people often say that I would rather go and sell in the boot of my car than I can get all the profit, because then I don't have. So what is important is that you need to look how you're going to commercialize it. The other route will be, if you are a researcher, you are academic and student, you can decide that I've got this innovation. How do I commercialize? You can start what we call a spin-out company. You can start a company, and when you start that company, you become the owner of that company, and you take a license from the university. Let's say it's something that you did during the course of your scope of your studies. And as you know that the university will actually be an applicant for your patent, then you can actually take a license from the university and be a business. So that's when now a researcher becomes a business person. But you need to be equipped. So we've seen that trend is coming. Overseas it's been happening. A lot of researchers have spin-out companies. If you Google Oxford, if you Google Tufts University, they've got spin-out company. Google, Facebook is also from a spin-out company, started at the university at MIT. Then they have a spin-out company. So that's another option. If you want to turn out from being an academic to entrepreneur, you can start a spin-out company, and then you associate with the investor. The nice thing is that when you are a spin-out company and you go through the investor structure, you still have access to the resources, the labs and the academics, the expertise. Maybe you can even have a space in the university because now you're a spin-out company. Just Google many investors in South Africa, your UCT, they've got Stellenbosch, they've got spin-out company. So that's an opportunity for you to say that this is my research, it's commercial, viable, but how do I put it to the market? Because there's no point in having a patent that stays in the file and then it ends up as a thesis document that is nice in the library, but it actually solves the challenges. Now, it is important that we can't do this thing if we don't have critical mass. And that's why capacity building comes. We need to train people. And I'm sure that in many universities, this technology transfer office, they train students on what is intellectual property, how do you protect it, how do you commercialize it, what is entrepreneurship, because you need to understand those things, and you need to learn. So we have what we call technology entrepreneurship program. So technology entrepreneurship program, we take students for 6 months. So these students are students that have either early proven concept idea, or the innovation. We take them through 6 months training in terms of design thinking, how to present and develop a business plan, IP, marketing strategies, and pitching. Pitching is very important. Being in this space, there are a lot of researchers, especially the academics. They're very good in their field, but they can't pitch. They cannot present that idea in 3 minutes. And 3 minutes, we call it elevator pitch. So we say, imagine you meet Motsepe in the elevator, and you're like, this is an opportunity. You don't know which floor is going. So you're like, I've got this wonderful idea. And the next thing, he's getting out of the elevator. You haven't finished. So elevator pitch, it's called elevator because you are pitching someone in the elevator, and who you don't know whether you have 3 minutes or 2 minutes. And I'm not a psychologist. Psychologists say that if you cannot say your case in 5 minutes, forget. If you cannot be able to explain to me what you do, what you're studying in 5 minutes, then we say in 3 minutes. If you can't tell me about your research in 3 minutes, then you don't know. Go. You don't know what you are researching. You must be able to tell me, okay, this is the problem solving. This is my solution. These are my methodologies. And this may, all the rest, But if you can't say that, that's why you have what you call abstract. You say, how short is the abstract? Abstract is very short, so it's something you can say it in 3 minutes. But if you can't, then you don't know your story. So that's pitching. And researchers are good. They know their science, but they can't pitch. They can't pitch in 3 minutes. They can't tell us what they are doing, what they are solving. Because the idea is about solving. Your research topic must be solving. It mustn't be something that is just one that is listing a lot of shopping lists. No, you must be solving a problem. And that you went to the literature, you've checked in the literature that so-and-so done it, or it doesn't exist. So often we found innovators that comes to us and say, I've got this fantastic idea. No one has it. And you said, okay, no one has it. And you do a simple Google search. There's a lot of people doing it. That's a waste mistake. And for me, and then once you tell me that, then my blood pressure get high because I know that I have searched, simple Google search, there's a lot of them. Like when the selfie sticks came, you remember the selfie stick? Someone came to my office and said, I've got this fantastic idea. And I said, okay, what's the idea? And it's a selfie stick. By then, well, selfie sticks were not well known, but they were there in the market. But he didn't do research. Desktop, simple desktop. Very, very, very important that you do that. So the skills is very important. So not everybody will have a business skills or not. I'm not a salesperson. Believe me, if you give me a product and say I must go and sell, I won't. I'm the worst sales. So, but you can get through training, learning the skills of doing a certain thing. You can get a skills of how to pitch, stage fright, very important. You get a skills of how to market your product. So those are the skills that you need. Very important, you need coaching. So that's the reason why we have mentor and coaching. It's not for fun. So in academia, now we see a trend. You need to get a coach, someone you can go and talk to them about your research, talk to them about your project. You need coaching, you need a mentor, and it's very, very fundamental that you have a mentor. Support is very important. Support can be through resources. Money is not about money, but money is everything. You need money to do your research. You need money to take your research to another level. Most of your research will start in a lab scale, very basic. But now, for an investor, no investor is going to invest on a basic research for commercialization. Yes, NRF can fund you for basic research. And your investor can fund you. But if you are talking about commercial, no investor will invest on a basic. So we call it's high risk because it still has to be tested. Imagine if it's a medical product in clinical trials. You need to go to people and test on them or animals to make sure that it works. No investors wants to spend their money. Clinical trials are very expensive. You must Google. No investor, or it's a mining product. You need to do a pilot plant. It's very expensive. So what I mean here is that we need to de-risk your research project or your innovation. De-risking it is to move it to what we call technology readiness level. So it must move from basic, early proven concept. Now it's demonstrate. You can demonstrate it. You can show people this is how it works. And then now you can do pre-commercialization. You can show people, now I've tested it, it can really work. Then it's pre-commercialization, it's commercialization. Then you are de-risking it because, like I said, investors are interested when you have proven the concept and then it can work, Because if you go to the exhibition and you go and exhibit a prototype, people are interested, how does it work? You can't go and exhibit something that, it doesn't work. They'll say, no, I'm still working with Prof in the lab. No. They want to see, is it working? How does it work? Show me. So, of course, you'll go through the stage of development. So, today I want to clarify these main two concepts. I want to clarify what is tech transfer, and by now you already know what is tech transfer. And I want to also looking at what we mean when we say capacity development and other concepts that I have. And I will take you through the technology transfer process. Very, very important that you understand it, because that's where you take your research from the lab to the shelf. That's very important. And we contextualize the technology transfer so we can understand it. And we look at capacity building. And I've already touched on commercialization pathway, because the purpose of your research, it mustn't be that I want to get a qualification and I want to get the certificate and go on LinkedIn and post. No. It must be that you want this research to go and make impact in the community that you live. It can be a social impact. It might not be an impact that is going to disrupt the world like your Uber, but it might be something that could make a difference in the rural communities. So we need to look at the commercial pathway, and then I've touched on them. Now, it's simple. We cannot do tech transfer if we don't have capacity. And capacity is very important. So we need to try and incorporate a wide range of activities and in terms of addressing, do we have the ability, to produce and manage and implement this kind of research endeavor? That's very, very crucial, And I mentioned that there is to be partnerships, because you cannot do capacity building if there's no partnerships. And in these partnerships, in the capacity building, we need to make sure that it is clear that there's a knowledge exchange and skills transfer. It's very, very important. When I capacitate you, I try to impart the skills. I'm trying to empower you so that you can have the skills, I hate these people that normally try to help you, but they don't show you how it works. They say, no, come, let me show you, let me do it quickly for you. Then next time you're going to go back to them, You don't know, they are not capacitating you. They are not imparting the knowledge on you. There's no exchange on you. So you must always try to understand how, some things are very, very simple. And I will tell you, I have a lay example that the guy that fixed my sprinkler at home, it's not a capacity. So this guy, my gardener broke the sprinkler because they go underground and now this sprinkler can't come out. The water is just leaking. And I asked this guy, okay, how do I fix this? He said, no, I'll fix it. Then I turn away. This guy, so he did it twice. He went and replaced that thing. For each sprinkler, it cost 600 rand. Okay. He fixed it, and I pay him. Did it twice, I paid. Third time, I said, no, but I'm not capacitating myself here. I need to know how to fix the thing. So then next time when that sprinkler got broken, I went and I looked at it. Man, there must be some way. Then I dig. I didn't dig a lot. I found that, no, that sprinkler, you can actually remove it. You just screw it, you remove it. I go to Chamberlain, it's 59 rand. I came and screw it, 59 rand, I've been paying 600 for that. So there's no capacity building there. It doesn't transfer the knowledge. So every time I call him, so those are just a lay example of when we talk about capacity. So it's very, very important. Now, I talk about technical transfer. So technical transfer is simple. Don't be confused. It's not about your AI, whatever. The simple is that we use this term to describe the process where your technology innovation, whether in various forms, moves between one organization. So this normally happens in university. So in university, you do research. Now, this research, when it's in a stage whereby it can be used as innovation, we normally then will give a license to another company to commercialize it, or a spin-out company. That is technology transfer. So you are exploiting the technology or that came out from your research. That's basically technology transfer. So it happened in the university because that's where the R&D happens. Also other companies, Science Council, your CSIR, your HSRC, your ARC, they do a lot of research. But eventually those kind of research, it get transferred to a company. The company will manufacture and commercialize and pay royalties. That's technology transfer in a simple term. So when we talk about innovation, it's something new, okay? That's innovation. Now, there are three things that will tell us innovation. So for innovation to be innovative, it has to be new, novel. When we say novel, it means that it doesn't exist anywhere in the world, okay? That's innovation. Now, the second thing, it must be something that is, we call unobvious, so it's inventive. Unobvious means that if I am a food scientist, for example, I come up with a protein shake. And I say, this innovation. That protein shake, if anyone who is a food scientist, they're able to get to the lab and produce the same protein shake, we call it's obvious. It's not inventive. So when something is inventive, it's something that even people in the same field, they cannot crack it. That's we call it inventive. It's an obvious. So that's innovation. So the innovation, your research has to pass these three tests. If your research is novel, no one else has done, it's a groundbreaking. And secondly, it's not obvious, meaning that anyone in your same field cannot produce it. If they can produce it, then it's obvious. It failed the second test. The third one, it must be applicable, used. There is no use in having nice app, nice fantasy technology that no one can use it. So those are the three hurdles. So when we say innovation, it passes those three hurdles. So it passes them, then we can protect it, and as an innovation, whether it's patent or it's design. So those are the three things. So anything that is not new is not innovation. You can build on someone else's research or innovation, but it's how you build on it. Are you we'll check whether it's incremental changes or it's cosmetic, because there's issue of plagiarism and copyright. So if you're gonna copy someone and claim it's yours, rather give them credit and that, you know what, this is not mine and this is Hamilton's, and you give them credit. But now the problem will be, once you take that is not your own, you start to sell it and commercialize. That's where you are infringing. So infringement, if you're just writing an article or an abstract, you're not infringing something. You give credit to the author, it's fine. But the problem is that once you start to claim it's yours and you go and sell it, you are infringing. They're going to come after you. So just be careful that, yes, writing a paper about some people's work and credit them, there's nothing wrong. But once you start to want to take what they have and want to commercialize it, that becomes a problem. So try to avoid those situations where you are going to take someone's idea and want to make it yours, you want to make money. Then you will be sued. And that's a big problem. So make sure that you do your search. If you can't, there are people that can do a search for you and to check if this innovation, this research, this invention is new or not. There are databases that exist there. Look, it is possible that someone in China can come up with something that you are sitting in South Africa has similar and you've never met. It's possible. There are cases. So what I mean is that you can come with an idea and someone else sitting in China or anywhere in the world can have the same idea, but you've never met. It's possible. So we always give at least disclaimer that when we say that this is novel, it might happen that someone else can come with it. But the question will be, who protected it first? So once you have something that is from your research and you feel it's potential to protect, I advise you, protect it, file a patent. Because the priority date, when we go to the court will say, who filed it first? You know there's a case of Moderna and about the vaccine, the COVID. Now, they are in the same space. So we expected that they will come with the same technology, which is the vaccine. But now, the question is, who actually register it first? That's where it will boil down, because now they are fighting, and the other one, I think Moderna, they want the profit for what the other one made, So, but the question will be boiling down to who actually registered it first. So that's why I'm encouraging you that if there is something that came out from your research, it's protectable, potential IP, register it. Have a provisional date so that whoever comes with it and claim it, you know that you are protected. And if someone comes it in somewhere in the world, you are protected, you're not in trouble. Because, look, if these things are going to be published, people are going to challenge you. People are going to challenge you. And there are people that have financial muscle. And some is to frustrate you, some is to, they can debar you from publishing, from producing your work. Now, so I'm dwelling on techno-transfer. So you understand that from your from your basic lab to the market, how this research will work. Now, will techno-transfer be formal or informal? So in techno-transfer, there's a technical know-how. So there can be skill and experience. So technical know-how, we always say that this is something that is in your mind. So remember, you can, if you have this is your invention, and you decide that I'm going to license you to company B for them to manufacture and commercialize and give me royalties. That is in paper. Remember, patent is published, so you give them the specs, specifications, the protocol. This is what you do. But there is, as an inventor, you will always have that know-how that it's residing in you. It's an explicit, tacit knowledge. So it's in your mind. So whenever there's an invention, we assume that the inventor will always have the know-how, and that's what we call know-how. So basically, in your license agreement, you must be clear that I'm licensing you the rights to manufacture, but you must be careful whether are you also licensing the know-how. So the know-how, it means that that company can come and say, yeah, tell us more about these things, because, we've seen that. So you see, it's the same story with the COVID, and I'll go to COVID vaccine. Now, we were told that Aspen is doing COVID. No, they're not doing. They come, those things are come prepared. They come they prepared. All they do is to add water, add whatever, add a millimeter. So they are not transferring the know-how. They're just giving you something that is in the paper that anyone who is in the field can follow the process. So, but the know-how of the vaccine is still with them. It's still with them. So that's what we call the know-how. So normally in the tech transfer, people make it informal. They either exchange the technical know-how. And technical know-how is in terms of training. So you're gonna come and train. So let's say you license your innovation to a company. Then you give them the patent specs. Then you go and train them, give them skills. Then that's when you transfer the know-how. And it's a story of Coca-Cola, if you know that. Coca-Cola decided not to patent their formula. And it's a simple reason. Had Coca-Cola patent their formula, Coca-Cola would be down and out now. Because everyone will be able to come up with the same taste of. People try, you have cola, whatever. Nobody else, you cannot produce Coca-Cola. Because what happens is that the formula, they keep it what you call trade secrets. So you've got an option of not doing your research to keep it as trade secret, especially in the army. In the army, they don't protect those things. They keep them as a trade secret. So trade secret meaning that it's your invention, but you're not registering a patent. You're not publishing it anywhere. You keep it as a trade secret. Then the Coca-Cola story, only less than 10 people in the world know the formula. And these people are being paid. They signed what we call non-disclosure agreement. They are being paid to keep the secret, and a lot of money. And they don't know each other. And they will never travel, they don't travel together. They can't be on the same plane together. Because can you imagine if they're on the same plane? And the formula is kept in a vault. So what all this Coca-Cola manufacturing thing, they get syrup that is already been done. They just add water, they add whatever, and it becomes Coca-Cola. That secret they don't know, and that's why Coca-Cola is still valid. It's still, So they opted that way. But the risk is that if someone pays one of those people money, and that person releases the formula, it's the end of Coca-Cola. That's a risk. But fortunately, they've signed NDA, so I don't think they will risk, and they are being paid well. KFC, the same thing. KFC, the recipe is secret. That's why KFC is still strong. You're still going to buy. You will never find something. You ever fried whatever, you won't find it. KFC is also, they keep formula. But the risk, I'm telling you the risk is that for you, the risk is that if you have a research team, you have a partner, and someone try to backstab you, they take that formula and give it away. You won't sue them because it's not registered, it's not protected. So there's a risk that if someone steals the trade secrets, you can't stop them, Unless they've signed non-disclosure, then you can sue them So my advice is that if you put a research and you're going to discuss with a potential funder or potential commercial partner, please let them sign non-confidential agreement. So that you can talk about, I'm interested in this research, I want to register for a PhD. And then, because they will see, there are people that are smart. They will see that there's potential here, and they'll take your ID and they'll get another student from DUT and say that, there's this topic, it can produce potential ID. So make sure that they sign confidential agreement. And the templates are there in the internet. You make them sign. Before you talk to any partner, if you go to CSIR, you're going to discuss your topic, and they want to fund it, let them sign non-disclosure agreement. So they cannot steal your idea, because they will steal your idea. And in the entertainment industry, there's a lot where people sue each other because someone stole the ideas. They go and do they go and do a series, or they go into a reality show about them. So it's very, very important. And remember, you can't protect an idea. So if you come to me and we're having a braai, you tell me about your idea, and tomorrow you find me producing something that you told me, you are not protected. So you need to protect something that is changeable, So this is something that it's working and it's proven, like it's in a patent. So it's very important that what you do. And remember, we always say that even if you've shared with friends in the braai, you have disclosed it. You destroy your novelty, You have destroyed it. So it's very important that if you have something that's commercial, high commercial patentability or viable, you don't share with people until you protect. You see, once you patent it, now you can talk about it because you're protected. If anyone steals it, you can go and prove to the court that, look, this is what. So based on this form, it's very important that we need to, the institution need to equip students. There need to be activities where you get trained about these issues. That your research might be potentially viable, but you need to protect it. But you need to do your business case. You need to do a background search. Don't come and say that this thing is new and what is not new. So it's very important that you get capacity. And like I said, it is important that you have necessary document when you discuss with partners. If you are going to do this research and look, sometimes it's not really going to make money, but it might be groundbreaking in the near future. And if you've got a partner, make sure that you formalize the partnerships. Very, very important. We always do this, what we call gentlemen and gentlest agreements. They don't work because if all of you know the movie called Coming to America, you know the movie. That movie, Eddie Murphy. Someone was in the party, excited, having drinks, and said, there's this fantastic concept, the movie, there is a king, there is a queen, there is what in Africa. And then this was the storyline. Then the next thing, the guy saw a movie, exactly the same thing that he explained. The movie is making million all over the world. It was even a 2 in the number 2. So that was the idea based on social interaction. But then Eddie Murphy and whoever, they went and make a movie. But that guy, he didn't get a cent. He has no leg to stand. It was an idea. And sometimes you can't even prove it. There was no recordings, maybe. In that time, there was no WhatsApp, there was no whatever. So you can't prove it, And that's another thing. Remember when we go, and we always say that, let's avoid to go to the court. But we might go to court, because it's very expensive to go to court, But it might be a situation where we have to go to court. Court wants evidence. Okay. If you say that the votes were rigged, you must produce evidence. Sorry. So you need to produce evidence, But it's very important. You need the resources. You cannot be able to do this thing without resources, And we can't anticipate what kind of resources, but so what is important is that, like I've indicated, agreements are very important. Non-disclosure. And look, you don't need a lawyer. It's fine. If you have money, you can draft that agreement and send to a lawyer just to look there are no loopholes. Because it's very important to look. You can think you can draft something, but check there's no loopholes, And sometimes, remember, when something's going to go to court, and the lawyers look, a lawyer can make you feel stupid. They're going to look at the loopholes. And so make sure that the contract is tight. Talk to the university, talk to your innovation office, and they can make sure that it's... how can capacity efforts be harmonized across different partnerships? So it's very, very, very important that in the case where you've got formal tech transfer activities, we make sure that we are able to negotiate and manage this IP. So this issue of tech transfer, this involves negotiation. So now, when you have an innovation that coming from your research, you are giving to a company that has been playing the space. You have to negotiate, and we don't look at less than 6 months. Now, you're going to decide, okay, this is my research, it's an innovative. What rights am I giving them? So, am I giving them rights to manufacture, to produce, sell, or distribute? Or am I giving them rights to also make improvements? Remember, there's another. They can improve. Remember, technology become obsolete. I mean, if you see how Uber started as you request, you get a ride, it comes. But do you know what now Uber has? Uber Eats. The rest, Now Uber actually, it's more on a GPS space, Uber, because now many people are actually using Uber technology, like to, I just forgot, there's a company that now was pitching that they're using the Uber platform, because Uber now, it just uses how you connect, how you can order things, how you can get things. This company was saying that they want to, you see now with most of the deliveries, like you take a lot, you give the address. Now they want to come to a space where you can actually just give a location. So it comes to the location, it doesn't deliver in the address. So now I'm saying when you have that research, that innovative, and you are licensing, think whether are you giving them what rights? Because if you are giving me the rights to produce and commercialize, then what if I improve it, your innovation? It's not mine, but I've improved it. Who owns those rights? Because I can improve it. And when you come, I said, no, but we were just, it was more about requesting a right. It was not about ordering food. I'm the one who improved it. Because you as a researcher, innovator, you want to come and say that, yeah, but this is my invention. Because now you see how people can order food. So you must be clear. So when you negotiate, you need to look at which rights are you giving. Are you also giving them rights? So normally as a researcher, they will say that they don't want to give the moral rights. So moral rights is when you give someone to improve your work. So actually it's more. So you have to think about it, whether you want. Also, if you give them the moral rights to improve, who owns the improvements? Are you going to go back to the table and negotiate the rights, or the person who improved owns them? So those are the things that, because your research can be improved, because research become obsolete. Innovation, especially in the ICT sector, it keeps on going, changing, So we've got now AI, which has taken over the world. Now most of you know that when you talk to the call center, most of you've spoken to a robot. You didn't speak to a person. There are very few people in the call center, and so that's how it is. So now this AI can do assignment for you. You can do research and complete for you. So you see, that's how the world it is now. So people can use AI. Now people don't want, if you're an artist and people, they can make a song, they can get a voice, they can use AI for a voice, and they don't have to call you to the studio, So that's how technology is. So unfortunately, there's a gray area with the AI because our laws were not prepared, And I'll give example, this driverless car, this driverless cars that are still coming, they're still testing, where you will get into the Uber and there's no driver. It's just moving itself to a destination where you're going. But the question is, if that car got into accident, who do you sue? So, of course, the common law will say that sue the owner, but the owner was not driving, he was not one to cause the accident, So, but the laws are there. Also the same with the research. So they say that if a robot came out with an invention, and remember in terms of the law, the inventor, the researcher, is a natural being. Is a human, is a person that is alive. So now the law is not clear in terms of if the robot invents something, who owns it? Because the robot is not a human being, we all know. It's a robot. So those are the gray areas, but I'm sure as the world evolves, there will be clarity in terms of those gray areas. Because robots are doing something. You go to most of these automatic there are no longer people there. These cars that are assembled by the robot all over, from the one bay to the last, and it's a robot all over, Human beings are just there, watching, changing. So that's how it is. So it's very, very important to understand that technology can be obsolete, and the robot can. And we know that most of these companies opt for the AI because robot AI doesn't get sick. We human beings always get sick. We don't go to work. So in my factory, I'd rather have 10 robots than have 2 or 1 human beings, because then the robots will work 24/7. Human beings got a lot of stories. I'm sick, I'm writing exams, and that's how the world it is. And that's how we shouldn't be afraid. But remember, at first, when the robots came, when the AI came, they said, no, but there's no emotions. And it's, robot is a robot. It just do good. But now, technology has moved. Robot has got emotions as well, There are days where they're under the weather, so that's how to. But when the AI, the robot started, when it started, we know that one thing we said that we still need the human element because robot don't have empathy, they don't have on a human being. But now someone came and improved. So robots now they actually have empathy on you. If a robot can be sitting and see that your tech has fallen, the robot can come and pick it up for you. But when it was invented, it was not that way. And that's where also the cell phones are going, Now you've got Siri. Now you can actually use the voice and talk to the, don't without touching, pressing, whatever. So the phone is, someone was saying that it's actually coming to a situation whereby if you want the phone, the phone can just come to you, And now, it's coming. The innovations come. People are waking. People don't sleep. They are waking, They are waking, and so that's how the world it's moving. So what I'm trying to say is that your research will not, your innovation will not stay stagnant like the way it is. It's gonna evolve. So it's very important that we equip ourselves with skills. Now, let me contextualize. If you don't see this thing, let me contextualize the tech transfer. So it starts with we try not to use the word discovery, because to discover, if you discover in the campus, you discover a nice garden, it's not innovation, So we try to run away from discovery. But it is true that whenever you came with something new, you actually discover it. So now, when you came with something new, you obviously have to disclose it. So if you are in a university setup, the Intellectual Property Act says that if you are in the lab, you are a student, or you're a staff member, you came with something new, you must disclose to the university because it's within the course and scope of your studies or your work. If you take your PhD work and commercialize it, the university will sue you. They will sue you because it was part scope of your studies. You use public funds. The involvement of your supervisor is considered as an inventive or co-inventive. So be careful about that. But I'm saying the university is not there to take your IP. But the laws are there, prescripts are there. If you are doing a research within the course and scope of your studies, that work remains. The university became the applicant. And that's the law, it's not me. But the university is not there to take your IP, believe me, because that's where I need to clarify. Because people always think, no, the universities want to take my IP. No. But unfortunately, if it's within the course and scope of your studies or your work, you need to disclose. You need to go to the university innovation tech transfer office and say that I have this groundbreaking in my lab. You need to disclose. It's a law. If you don't disclose it, the university will deal with you. Now, obviously, when I joined UT, so if anyone came with something, said that this is novel, this is new, they got excited. What they were doing, they will just file a patent. When I came there, I started with academia and then I went to private sector. And I said, no, that's not how it works. We're not going to patent everything because people get excited that I've got a huge patent portfolio, but those patents are useless. You can't even commission, no one will take them. So I said, no, we are evaluating the patent. And for me, from the business side, you look something that, is it commercially viable? Is there a market? Who want it? I always tell my students when they come, say, I've got this nice technology, people love it, God. Who say they want that technology? Who say they want it? Because you came with something and say, who? Yes, we know that people that invented cell phone, for the first time, they did not go to the customers and say that. They got excited that technology is moving. You can have this wireless device that you can call, which never existed before. But they didn't go to the customer and say that, what would you like? It's when the technology become evolving. Those who invented cell phone, they went to the customer and said that, remember the initial customer, unless if you were still not born, when it came to us, those big face brick, you just make a call, Then they didn't go to the customer and ask customer, what do you want on the phone? But then they went to the customer and said, customer, what do you want? Someone said, I want the radio. I want the camera, That's when you start to evolve. The cell phone now has got everything. So of course, now you go to the customers and ask customers your experience. What do you want, on the phone? So that's very, very, very important. And so you evaluate and to see, is there potential for this kind of innovation that coming from research? Like I mentioned, not all research will be innovative. Not all research will end up in the shelf. We must be clear and very. Then after evaluation, we'll decide what do we do. Do we protect? So a nice way to say that something is crap is say refer back. That's a nice way. So if something that you can't protect, you just go, Prof. Yeah, man, do it here and there, but it's actually it's crap. We just refer back. Some they say, just kill this thing, man. It's not gonna be commercial viable. So we refer back, or we just say that this thing, look, there's no novelty. And like I said, those three hurdles are important. If you are research, that research, that innovation is not novel, it's not new, then it fails the first. Second one, it must be inventive. It's not obvious. Not anyone can produce it. Third one, you must be able to use it. You can have a gadgets, nice gadgets that no one can use it. Then it's useless. So those are the three things. Then you need to market. You need to look at the market. Are there similar products in the market? You need to see who are the role players, who has the market share. Because you can have a technology that it's not really related, but there are big players now for anyone that is going to invent a cell phone, they are big players. They are big players. So you can imagine you starting your own brand. There's Apple. Apple is a world. Like people are it's like a cult. People are in the Apple world. Apple everything, and once you get even Samsung. So now if you're gonna come with invent a cell phone, you see how tough it's gonna be for you to crack the market. It's not impossible, by the way. There are private small phones, But I'm just giving an example that you need to look at the market. Who has market share? Who can I collaborate maybe? If you're going to come with a beverage, there's a lot of beverages, whether it's a wine or whatever. People are loyal to the brand, If you're going to come with a bubble, you're going to decide, hey, there's Moe, there's Vev, okay, there is a BNG. And how do I package mine? How do I bring mine that it can be in that same level when you go to Woolies or, So you need to think about those kind of things, that what is the market, and also what is the market looking for, If you go to the technology space, markets are looking for simple things. They look for AI. Markets are looking for, if you have a database and you are marketing it, we want a database that can use AI, to retrieve information. If that database is not AI, forget, no one is going to take it. So you need to look at the market. Then obviously you will then, after you've seen who is the player in the market, you will then decide what is the commercial path. Am I going to license to the big guns? Let's say you've got a beverage, and I'll give an example. Are you going to say, go to Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, please add my drink in a portfolio. Or you're going to sell it yourself in the boot of your car. Or you're going to start a company and manufacture and sell it through that company. So those are the routes that you will. And obviously you will have to develop, because once you decide this is the path I'm going, you need to have a facility to produce. So the advantage of licensing or giving you an innovation to existing company is because they have already set up, they've got facilities. They are well known in the market. They are well known. If someone comes and say, I'm from KFC, you all know. But if I come, I'm from ham fried chicken, and you're like, I've never had ham fried chicken, So you're gonna look at who are the players in the space, and then you will decide whether I'm going to them and say, yes, the margin are going to be low because these people, they are smart. If they sell it for 100 rand, they're not gonna be 50 rand. They're either going to be giving you 20 rand. Because they say that we've got manufacturing cost, distribution, marketing, and the space. So they have overheads in a nutshell. You don't, because you're just giving them a license. So those are the tricky things that people will always. So it can't be 50-50, I must be honest with you. If you are taking your product to Discam, you won't get 50% after this. So, because they've got overheads, you don't. So especially if they are the ones that are manufacturing from the lab. And they've got overheads, and they have to pay rent. You don't pay rent, So those are the things that you need to think about. And then, of course, it is very important that every innovation must be applicable. We can use it. If the public can't use it, we're wasting our time. So that's why I'm saying that when you do your research, when you do that topic, think, what problem am I solving? It can be in industry. This is the industry that I am focused on. This is a challenge. It can be that it's a social, it's a community where I come from. They've got to have a drinking water. I mean, I come from Pretoria. We have community in Hammanskraal. They've never had clean water for years. Then if you're innovating, you think, okay, let me come with a purification system. How can I do household or big bulk? So you need to think about that. Don't just choose a topic that, I sit in the University Ethics, Research Ethics Committee, and then when the proposal comes, and you find someone doing an MBA, and when you look at them, I don't disrespect other fields, but you find that, no, it's about management in the high school, and you're like, for an MBA, maybe that can fall under MEd, Masters in education, But in business, in MBA, it's business. So you need to come with things that are innovative towards business. But like I said, I'm not disrespecting, but I'm saying that topic can fit well under MEd, rather than MBA. So what I'm trying to say is that when you think about the topic, do not think about research topic for the sake of research, doing research. Think about what problem is it solving, and how am I, through my research, solving that problem? So the first thing those are things that are very important. And we see people just coming with them. But now, there are ingredients that you need. So in the innovation tech transfer, like I mentioned, you need innovative technology. Needs to be new. Innovative needs to be new. You can't replicate what people are doing or come with a mass production, things that already existed. People are not going to buy it because you must build a strong brand. If you come with a perfume, I know a lot of people now come with a perfume. It's fine. There's nothing innovation about it because the perfumes are there. Probably the scent, the smells, maybe you think it's customized, but that's a saturated market. So it's not innovative. So you need to think about it. Like I said, people are loyal to the brand, and you must make sure that you don't confuse customers. So you must have your own trademark that doesn't confuse. And I'll give you an example. There was a case a few years ago. So Chanel, what do you associate Chanel with? Chanel, what do you associate Chanel with? Bags, perfumes. Yes. So there was a guy. So it's a company, it's from Paris. So by the way, it's French. Now, there's a guy that thought was smart in South Africa. He went to manufacturers women underwears and called them Chanel. Now, people that are loyal to Chanel, they were buying those because thinking that this is Chanel, I'm wearing Chanel, It was a different company. Chanel came after him. So the interdict, he had his product in all store, even Edgar's. But they had to remove them because it's confusing the customer. That's what I'm saying. Trademark is very important. You don't write on some people's trademark. And people like Chanel and McDonald's, they don't have to register that trademark. You know why? They are well known. So they can win the case by no or use a product. Now, if you register a trademark, you call it whatever, KZN whatever, and you don't use it, and I decide to use it, I'm going to win a case because I'm going to win on the basis of non-use. You register a trademark, but you're not using it. Because most of you, I'm sure, have companies and their domain, you're not even using those companies. You got names and fancy names, So so those are the things. But what the message I'm sending, don't write on people's trademark. So come with your own trademark. If you have a drink, come with your own drink. If you have a product, don't say, oh, there's a fancy one, Apple. Now there's Apple, because Apple. So also another thing, the tip that they give, they say that if you are doing a trademark, you've got an innovation. Try not to build a trademark around more or less what you're doing. Like example of Apple, it has nothing to do with fruits. So it mustn't be, obvious. So that's a tricky and a good brand. So you do a brand that there's nothing to do with what you call what doing. and that's the better brand, you know, and it can be built. So the important thing is that don't write on people's trademarks. So do your research. If you because you're gonna have a research, you're gonna have a technology, you wanna give it a name. So you need to think about that name. Is that name exist already? Am I just riding on someone? There was a case also initially in China. So you see China is coming. China, they manufactured a car a few years ago. They call it a Shenzhen. When you look at that car, it looks exactly like X5. So yeah, BMW took them to court and they had to withdraw the car. Because it looks, I saw it and I was like, this is an X5. But they call it just Zing, you know. So now the design aspect comes. So when you're innovating, there's a design element. You're not going to steal someone's design and make it your own because of people love it. And you're going to make it your own and you think, yo. And with the clothing, you see Amat Koza and all this kind of thing where people ride on people's design and then they want to replicate them. So it's very important that those aspects, you do your own research. Make sure that you respect people's design. So the business case and the literature, it helps you to know who is playing in this space. Is there similar? Before I can even name mine, you know. Name a product. So that's very, very, very important. Now, product definition, that's where I came in and I spoke about it. You need to define, this is a product from my research. How do I define this product? What does it do? And then I said the good way is not to link it with what actually, the name with actually what it does, because it can be fancy, you know, but actually it's doing the opposite. So you have to define, what is this product, you know? What is this product? So you either define it in terms of what does it do? And I told you that if you can't tell me your research, what you're solving, what is the problem and what you're solving, and what is your product in 3 minutes, then forget. You can't sell that. So you need to be able to do those things. And I spoke about this. Product market association is very important. You've got a product from your research and very excited. But how does it associate? And please don't confuse the customer. I give you an example. Don't go and steal someone's name and brand and say that, you know what, just because of this is something about the cars, I can call it a BMX. No, you're not going to do that. So you need to really define and make sure that you are separate from the others. So, and that's basically start in the lab. You need to have a team. So you see, you know, in technology, and let me tell you, if you're going to take a cell phone, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of in the cell phone. So when I talk about the team, if you are a software developer, chances are that you're not a peripheral device designer. You can't design. Chances are very high. And you're also not a marketing specialist. You can't market. You can't even come with a brand. So when I say you have to have a solid team, in innovation, you must have a team. Because you can't be the jack of all trades. If you have a nice, innovative project, you still have someone to give you the brand, the marketing. And you can't do it. No one can do everything. So it's very important that you have a team. We have a lot of students, innovation that we see in them that are coming from your pharmaceutical, like your body lotions, not really. And these people are not scientists at all. But they came with this nice idea that I have something that can heal, you know, if you have got, you know, spots, black spots, they can heal. But these people are not. So do you think those people are going to manufacture? No, they will need the experts to take this thing to the lab, go and come with a formula, and then they will then be able to go and test that it works. The same is if you decide to say that now we also see app coming. People that are not IT or engineers, they have an app said, you know what, I want an app that can order, you know, whatever in the township, whatever. But those people are not experts. So that's why I'm talking about you need a solid team. Don't work alone. You need a team. You came with the idea, but chances are that you're not the one that is actually going to actually produce it. So you need to have a solid team. Very, 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 very important. And don't work alone. But have Ground rules, because you don't want to have a team that will come and think they steal your idea, or they steal your limelight, you know. So it depends. You must create a team. Strong intellectual property. Let me tell you, if you are coming with a research that can be protected, you've got a very, very strong IP. Any investor, you're going to get funding. Funders, especially in the innovation space, they want to know who owns this. Can I invest on this? If I invest, no one is going to come run after me, and then I lose my money, you know. There's a young guy that got an investment, and he didn't have an IP. The investor put in money on it. And now, when he got the funding, and when he was busy with the prototype, he realized that actually there is a patent that existed. So you see, he's developed a prototype. He has spent a lot of money. But there is a technology that is similar, exactly similar to what he's doing. Now, the money went to the drain. So you go to the investor and say, hey, we lost our money. The investor said, no, say you lost your money, not my money. I want my money. Because I asked you, do you have an IP? You said, yeah, no, this is new. This is my idea. The investor said, no, I want my money. That's your money that you lost. Because he didn't have a strong IP. So there was no IP. You've developed nice gadgets working, but when you have to take the market, they're telling you that, hey, you're going to be sued because there's similar technology like this. So it's very, very important that you determine the IP, strong IP. IP, remember when I'm saying IP, it's not a patent. It's not something that is registered only. It could be something that is a trade secret, like I gave you example of Coca-Cola and KFC. So it might be something that is a know-how. You decided to keep it to yourself, but you know it's secured and you know it's novel, okay? And you know it's not going to lend to the wrong people, you know? And we always say that this kind of things, you don't even put them in the laptop because the laptop can be stolen. So it needs to be safeguarded. Like I'm telling you that the formula for Coca-Cola is in the vault, and not everyone has access to the vault. So your innovation is very important. This thing of safeguarding information is very crucial. Where do you put this kind of information? I know the traditional method of proving that something is yours in the past. So the innovators, what they do is that they will develop, maybe they will write a manuscript, you know, about their innovation. They post them, the manuscript to themselves through the post office. So they'll say there's a paper trail, so you can prove to the court that that's mine. Because the date is very important. When did you invent this? It's very important. Now, in today's world, of course, you can email yourself. You can put a date. Because when you work in the lab, you have a diary. You must put a diary because of when it goes down to the court, it's going to go to when. The case I'm talking about the vaccine is going to go there. Who actually came? Is it Moderna or is it? Who came with that? Who did it first? This is the person who's going to win that case. So it's very important you put the date and make sure so that if someone come and challenge you and said, this is my idea, you said, no, I'm the one who came first, you know. Business model is very important. So once all is done, we have this technology, we have research, we have technology, it's working. Now, where's the business model? How are we going to sell this thing? How are we going to enter the market? That's very important. So this is tricky if you are going to start a business yourself. So you must have a business model. The investors are going to ask you, what is your business model? You know, and you're like, business model, you know. I remember the first time I went to negotiate, and this company were asking me, so are you going to give us a trade discount? Didn't know anything, trade discounts. Knew nothing. And I'm trying to think I'm intelligent, but I don't know what is a trade discount. Because they asked me, this company, it was a medical company, so we had products that are going to be sold in the hospital, and they asked us, so can you give us trade discounts? I didn't know anything about it. See, that's the business model. So your business model must be, am I going to be doing those kind of things like trade discount? Am I going to do, so it's the pricing. So let me give you an example. So if your business model, you are going to decide how I'm going to enter the market. Now, sales, if you remember, all of you, Celsi is still alive. Celsi, when they enter the market with a model of low price. So for the first 3 years, Celsi was not making profit. So either breaking even or a loss. So you're either going to enter the market very low price, so you can attract customer like the other bank, Capitec, how they start. Then you get all people moving to you. Or you're going to come very higher. If, for example, let's talk about the clothing brand like Louis Vuitton, which they came higher when they entered the market. They didn't come. Louis Vuitton was never cheap. They just came straight expensive. So you decide how you're going to enter. Obviously, you have done a bank round. You know the LSA, you know the target market that you're targeting. So those are very, very important business model. All this model might make you to have money or at the end, or please advise me with the time, so I don't want to. Now, the tech transfer process. So there are very, very, very elements that are important. Is the user, and there's technology, and there's business. Those are the things, technology transfer. So let me tell you, you're not going to invent something from your research that is going to end up in the shelf in the library. You need to think about the user. Who is going to use this? Who is going to use this? And there's a technology in the center. So the technology, there's an invention that comes. Then there's a business aspect, because it has to be sold. It's not going to be, even if it's going to be something that you're going to give it in kind, but there must be a business aspect of it. And that's technology transfer. So that's how you, and you need to have a skills about that. So I will say that when you are working on something, especially that's something that you want to get into the market, let me tell you, if you are working something and no one has shown interest on it, you must be worried from the onset. You must be worried. So they need to be, so that's why I'm saying that you must innovate research that is solving problem. Then you have someone interested. If you have talked about people about what you're trying to solve, whatever, and no one is interested, you must be worried. Because people need to show interest, and I remember there's one innovator that came to me and said, they are coming with this low-cost housing thing where you can just, build now-costing housing. And I said, did you ask people, do you ask, is anyone interested? She said, no, I didn't do that. And she actually went. She went and asked customers, do you want the house? And, what's the answer? It was zero. People said that we don't want a house like that, So you see, it was going to, because people are comfortable to stay in a shack. They are not interested to stay in another structure or whatever, because that's what, her technology was something that is low cost, that is sort of replacing the shacks. But people that she interviewed, they said, no, I will not buy that thing. So they would have spent money on doing a prototype that they were not going to be able to sell. Yes, maybe people, when they see it, the other flip of a coin, they will be interested. But their market study was that nobody was interested. People that they've sampled, they were not interested. So they saved money because they had money, and they said, we saved a lot of money. Because you need to ask, who's interested? And I always say that, please try to be different, Don't come with this simple technology that, try to be different and from anyone. And look for something that is viable and profitable business model I've mentioned. No one wants to waste money and on a technology that is not going to make money. No one is going to invest on something that's not going to make money. Unless you've defined it that it's for social benefit. Yes, there's a social innovation where something is just going to be benefiting the social. Now, I always like to talk about barriers when I'm concluding. So there are barriers. So if you don't have enough knowledge about the market, that is a problem. You need to really have a knowledge about the market. If you don't have enough knowledge, you're going to have a problem. I've emphasized about the end user, the customers. You need to know who's your customer, who's going to use this innovation, who's going to use it. If there's no one that's going to use it, then it's a problem. I know the Blue Ocean strategy say that you can go and create a market where it doesn't exist. But is it simple? It's not simple. You can go and it's not simple, but you can do it. It's not impossible. Competition. There's a lot of technologies that exist in the world, and I gave example that there's a lot of things. So you need to think, when I'm inventing, when I'm researching, is it something that it's, you can go and face competitors, maybe become much better, but there's too much competition out there, and in the same certain sector, like the apps now, there's too much competition. Everything, everyone is developing apps this, app that, there's too much competition. And what else? Because of most of the apps that we're seeing, it's more of your Uber. Someone said, no, in the township, the Uber doesn't come to my township. So now you want to have a delivery system. But it's Uber. It's simple. It's the same thing. It's delivery. So competition is there, and that's the problem. I will never emphasize sustainable business model. The lack of structure and adequate trained people. So this is very, very important because there's no structure. So in some instance, people don't really know where to go if they want to, get funding, they want to register a business, and we don't really have a lot of people that are trained to help. Sometimes we have too high focus on research and writing thesis rather than engaging innovation projects. You're just writing a thesis that's gonna be in the library, decorating, gathering dust, and you say, oh, I've got my master's or my doctorate, but it's not innovative. Yes, for you, you've got a qualification, but what does it do to the public? You use public funds, and most of you, I'm sure you get funding, you get funding from different funders. So it's very important that let's rather engage in innovative projects rather than just be excited to write theses and dissertations. So our research must be focused on innovative projects, and I'm encouraging you to do that. So, see, there's other challenges that, in universities we have a lot of centers, and it's so difficult to get senior professors and PhD students, really engaged. Because like I said, we have this silo mentality where someone wants to do this and get a qualification, get done. Now, in university we have centers that we need professors, we need academic to provide the expertise and technical expertise, because these are people who are knowledgeable. But researchers are interested in their own things. Some, they just want to publish. They just want to have list of publication under their belt, and they're not interested on this industry project. So that's a challenge. So when getting people engaged, it is sometimes hard to actually generate actionable outputs. Sometimes you get people, and you get people engaged, but you find that actually you can't generate actionable outputs. So the smaller the team, the better. Because once you have this group of people that are just engaged, everyone will come with their own ideas, own suggestions. You might actually not have an output because everybody just throw in their own. So that's another problem. Now, this I emphasize between and even within in the research areas. Researchers, the siloed mentality. People are working siloed. You find that you're working on water purification. She's working on water. He's working on water. But you don't know each other. You're in the same university. Everybody. So there's that kind of silo mentality. So researchers don't know and students don't know who's doing what. So that's very important. And I believe that program like this will help you when you present your work. People can know, oh, you're working on that. I know so-and-so is working on that. Now, I like this slide. I present this slide when I was with some university in Sweden, and we said, you see, there you've got so you need to understand the different needs of. So in a university setup, simple thing, you've got a professor or senior lecturer, then you've got a PhD student, and you've got the rest students, doing a master's, So now, types of ideas are different. So now, in a professor level, the professor is high-tech, high complex, sometimes cutting-edge ideas that have potentially could be valuable, because this is a professor. They don't call him a professor, but he has research. He knows this field. Now, a PhD student, so could be cutting edge. Sometimes potential disruptive ideas far from the market. We must be honest. Some PhD students come with a lot of disruptive ideas. So when you say something disruptive, it's your typical example. Uber was disruptive. Remember, in the past, we had the Mexitex, you remember, where you can phone and have. They were so relaxed. That thing has been there for ages. But Uber was disruptive because when Uber came, you can request, things come picking out from your door. You can even get a lift. You can even drop something. Now you can order food. That's disruptive, what we call disruptive technology. Now, in the PhD level, you find that some of them are very far from the market. They're not nearer to the market. But like I said, you need to de-risk them. Now, student type of ideas are almost to quite low tech height, not business to customers. Often business to customer, they're sometimes involving services. So a lot of the students, they come with, like I said, innovation that comes. If you look at a lot of innovation that comes from students, are more services. I want to create an app where people, if they need a gardener or a helper, they can go to the app. Those are the kind of ideas that we get normally from students. They are more business to customer, And life situation. Yeah, you see, a professor probably often later stage in working life. So, things have changed. Now we have young professors. In the past, we used to, when you are a professor, people think you are 60, 70. That's how it has happened now in the past. So, most often, they're locked in academic career. So, they want to do research. They want to publish. They want to go to a conference and present. So, they don't have time to come with ideas. Now, with a PhD student, there are situations that they're in the early stages of building their families. They make decent, not good money, and can test alternative career if attractive opportunity arises. So these people are just in the market. They're looking for a job, They're not really making money. Most of, PhD students are still finding themselves. Then this one, the students, they're extremely flexible mindset. They're strong drive and interested their interest is not on missing out any opportunity. If you say to them, Peg, let's go to China, they are packing. They are going to China to go and teach English or do something. So that's basically how they are. Now, incentive interest, publishing research outputs. So I've said that they're actually interested on publishing research outputs. That's a professor. Main career incentive. They could own patents. Some of research, they own patents. Interested in funding research. So these are people that go and apply for funding research, and they are okay. So what time? How much time do I have? 8 minutes. 9 minutes. Okay, I'm finished. Yeah. All right. Then the PhDs, they potentially create startup. They can work in real-life problems. These are PhD, balance academia and research, and they can build a career out of IP. So that's why I'm saying that if you are in research. Now, the incentive, the students, they start up dreams. They're very flexible. Modern job at their own firm, bridge to increase employability. So they work hard. Because these are people that are very, very flexible. All right. Now, I've talked about building capacity, and I've defined how it is. And the scope of capacity that we need to have a strong resource development and strengthening managerial system. As institution, we need to really ensure that there's community participation, and particular women. It's very, very important. And we need to create an enabling environment, appropriate policy and legal framework. So the investing is to ensure that there is a policies and there is a framework for people to develop capacity. And it's just more than just a training, It's about the skills, access and information, and organizational development. And I've spoken about it. Now, there are 3+1 on the level of capacity. So you've got individual level, where you develop existing knowledge and skills and engage the process of learning. And you've got institutional level, where the institution aid you with the policies and structures. Because if there are no policies in this and the structures, and the effective management and revenue control, it becomes a problem. Then it's societal. So you need to have society that really support and establish more interactive. And the global. So you need to think global every time. So when you come with the research, you need to think global and innovation. You need to think that How can I promote international cooperation to overcome challenges? And for example, we all know climate change is affecting us all over the world. Whether you are a first world, or second world, third world, you are affected by climate change. So you need to think, can I have a research that is more global, not just maybe in South Africa or in Africa? So we need to think about disasters. They happen everywhere, Pandemics, who could have ever thought? COVID shows us that pandemics are not just for the rich or for the poor. They can actually happen to everyone. Now, I'm concluding. So there are 5 steps that we need to do when we have capacity. We need to engage stakeholders. We need to assess the capacity needs and assets. We need to know what we have and what we don't have. And then we need to formulate a capacity development response. How do we, once you know the shortage, this kind of skills that you don't have, you will be able. And it can be institutional, it can be issue of leadership and knowledge and accountability. So this is very, very, very important. And then we need to implement the capacity development response. How do we respond to build the capacity, and how do we evaluate that? Now, the last thing that I want to share with is those 3 building blocks: training, knowledge, and sharing. They are very important. There's training, there's knowledge sharing, there is research. Those are very, very, very important aspect. So when you're doing research, you are sharing knowledge. When you publish your article, some people are going to read it, and they're going to learn from what you are basically research on. And like I said, your important things that you need to have a goal in terms of what kind of training are you giving. Now, the knowledge is very, very important. So you need to really create a networks, whether it's in a country or in different countries. There's also international standards that we need to follow. For example, in any field, you have the ISO, the International Standard Organization, where you need to look, and I'll give example, open software, you all know. For example, if you look at your phone, what they do is that whatever is the certain of brand, it can use a certain type of charger. So they're similar. If you look at your TV, we have what we call a HDMI cable. Any TV brand or any audio can use HDMI. It follows the standard. So that's the standard well. So not every brand has got their particular. It's only our Apple that had their own charging, but now they are reverting to follow other standard. So that's very, very important that you need to. And I spoke to you about the research that you cannot have research that doesn't address the industrial or societal problems. Now there are issues. Of course, the resource is an issue. There's no money. But we need to do our best to ensure that we fund money. And demand analysis and strategy. You need to have a strategy in terms of how you address this issue. So how do you select commercial path in closing? So I've spoke about this, that market interest is very important. Mature market is very important. You look at so 10 years ago, if you come with hydrogen, nobody was interested in hydrogen. Because maybe 20 years ago, we didn't have issue of energy deficit. But now we have shortage of electricity. Now people are coming with alternative energy. And that's when I'm talking about mature market. Sometimes you come with the research that's too early because there's no problem. But once the problem comes, you find that it becomes relevant. So you need to look at that. Technology become obsolete. So we need to look at how can we replace the old technology. I spoke about technology readiness level, that technology moved from technology readiness level 1, 2, 3. So meaning that you've got basic, you've got early proven concept. And there's no innovation that if it's not applicable, it will be. But also, it's very important that the role of you as an inventor, as a researcher, and the interest and commercial viability is very, very important. We cannot commercialize, we cannot do tech transfer if we don't have the researcher, the inventor. And I told you that most of the time, no inventor, no invention, because there have to be someone. Yes, we have robots, AI, but they are not human beings like you. And the law is very gray in that. Innovation needs to be supported and controlled process. That's why I was telling you that if you have innovation, you need to go and register it somewhere. Because once you are not registering somewhere, it means that there's no process that is being followed. All right, with that, thank you so much. I hope I I try to, this field is very broad. I try to run away from, IP management is a topic on its own. So I didn't to say that I introduced different types of IPs, forms of IP, patent, design, and trade secrets and know-how. But it's a different type, it's a topic on its own. If I've done it, I would have not really, I would have been here for the whole day. But I wanted to understand tech transfer because that's the crux. Whether something starts with a patent, it needs to end up in the shelf or in the store somewhere. And that's the value chain. If that research end up as a thesis in the library, it's fine. Not all research will be innovative. But some of our research, let's push and make sure that whatever we're researching on, it ends up in the market. So understand what is the problem you're solving. What is the industrial problem? What is the societal problem? What is the government problem? If Home Affairs have got problems, they are queues. How can you resolve this issue of a queue? If hospitals have a problem when they dispense the medicine, people stand for 8 hours to get a medication, then you must innovate. Come with the research that will address those issues, you know. And that's it. Voting system. We can't be still standing in a queue for the whole day to vote. I'm sure we can vote electronically. It's already been happening. Why can't we come with a solution? Yes, it won't be done overnight, but it's something that is done. All right. Thank you so much for being a good audience. I'm here to take questions if there are any, if time allows, but I'll be here also in the afternoon. Yeah. Thank you.
Let me suggest something, colleagues. Let us go for tea. Then after tea, we can start to engage questions. Will that be fine? Yeah. Can I have your can I have your attention? Let's proceed. We had agreed that soon after our break, then we'll take questions, and then we'll request doctor to come and respond to those questions. Maybe if we can just take questions in the lounge, maybe 3 questions at a time. I'm not quite too sure, Doc, what you are going to manage. I've seen each and everyone is taking out something. That means to say there are so many questions. So in that way, then, I think we have got a plenty of time, Doc, because remember, we did not have the first presentation, so we've got plenty of time. So let's allow our colleagues to be able to ask as many questions as they can, because these are youngsters, I will say so. Some of them, they're intending to have their businesses. So it's an opportunity for them to be able to. Okay, where do we start? You can come, I can allow you, Doc, to be, so that you can have a space to write. Maybe you can, yeah. Where can we start? Let me check. We'll start with you, with you, Mfana Futi. Who is next? Sia will be next. Okay, let's start with you, Mfana Futi.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for the perfect presentation. I was very interested into looking into the issues of China, and as I was thinking about it while you were presenting, you hinted on the X5, and I couldn't help but also further to say, what is the difference in China and how they administer their IPs in terms of, you seemingly see so many products that are there on the world class, but you can somewhat draw parallels to where the original material comes from. And as much as that unique space whereby they were challenged by X5, I still see a lot of products which are produced or made there that also very much mirror USA or many of the world's inventions. And how do they circumvent that IP and not being sued?
Okay, thank you. Sia?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pindi, for a wonderful presentation, very informative. My question is around the politics of technology transfer. And I'm going to locate it within a space of profit sharing, right? Often we belong in institutions that have limited us in the realm of an inventor, but not the owner of the IP. But when you look at the profit sharing, we tend to take the least, and the institutions often take the bulk of the proceeds. But when you take your IP outside of these institutions and you find an investor, it's sometimes the other way around. I just want to pick your brains around that, the profit sharing things.
Any other question? Any other question? Okay, let's allow you, Doc, to take those 2 questions.
All right. All right, thank you. Thank you for the question, brilliant question. So China is a tricky one, but I'll say the first time I had a meeting with the Chinese, I don't know if I should stand up. Yeah, it was my first interaction was, I serve in the technical committee for the South African Bureau of Standards, so where we look at in standards for innovation. And the meeting that I went, the first meeting that I went, the Chinese came to the meeting and said that, but why don't we get rid of this thing so-called IP, because and then we just share, you know, but they were saying it in a very arrogant manner, you know, not in a nice manner, and that's why I had a problem. So they basically don't really believe in this thing of patenting and protection. They feel like everything must be there. They are quick in learning things. They have less stringent labor policies. So that's why most of these products are manufactured in China, because the labor laws there are less stringent. You can hire and fire. You can get many people, unfortunately, exploit them. which is different in South Africa or in other countries. It's not easy to fire someone. You need to go follow processes. So many companies will not want to manufacture in a country that has labor strict because of they want to exploit people. So now, the issue with the China, although they do belong in the patent convention where they have to respect when you register the IP, but what the Chinese do is that remember in the past Chinese used to go, and the same as the student from India and China student, they used to go to US. I was fortunate I was working for the US government, so they used to go there and study, and most of them never returned back to China or to India and stay there. But things changed. Now we see these students are going to study in the US and they go back to China, to their country. And the US saw that as a threat. Now they went back to China, developed China. China is developed. You've seen, if you haven't been to China, you've seen on TV. They built cities where people were just moving in. So now they built capacity where it's easy to innovate. They give a lot of funding. Of course, Chinese funding, when it's for them, it doesn't have condition. But when it comes to Africa, it comes with conditions. So they will tell you that we're taking the IP, And when they bring industry, they bring their own people. So the issue there is that China changed the model where they throw a lot of money around, a lot of carrot around, so that there can be innovation. But at the moment, remember, I'm on record, but they disregard some of the IP laws. So there are a lot of cases where they will just rather pay a fine, and get away with it and go on with their own thing, And you can see that now they bar some of the like, you don't have Google in China, you don't have some of social media in China, but their TikTok is doing well. TikTok is from China, but it's doing well, and that's why US want to ban it. So they are, for me, bullying, and they sort of don't just disregard other things. So, and it's difficult for you. You are sitting in South Africa, you want to sue a Chinese company that is in China, money, and also can you get access to the court? We must go through the Chinese courts. So it's a very tricky situation, but they're getting away with it, with murder, I can say. So, the politics in the T2, yes, very interesting question, and I think I touched briefly on it. That, look, unfortunately, there are policies. So, look, all universities have got IP policy, intellectual property policy, which is underpinned by the IPR Act, the act which all of you must read it on intellectual property for publicly funded. So the act, prescribes that every university must have a techno transfer office where they ensure that they identify IP emanating from research, publicly funded, and protected and commercialized. So now that's when your university will come and say that if you do everything within the course and scope of your studies or employment, the IP owner is the university. So it's a policy, unfortunately. But now, the Act said there must be benefit sharing. So that benefit sharing, in terms of the Act, you should not get, it's a technical, and we can talk it offline. In the Act says, you should not be getting anything less than 25%, of the profit that is made when you commercialize. Most universities, they will say 50-50. Our university, if we sell, if you are an inventor and we are the university, if we sell this bottle 100 Rand, we take 50 Rand, we give you 50 Rand as an inventor. Other universities, but of course, remember, there's gross and net. So meaning that the sharing must be of a net. So the gross come, when the gross come, we manage the tax, we manage our cost. You see, that's the way the tricky come. Then we give you from the net, so which you might be. But look, the act might be amended. Of course, it's being old, so it's have to be amended. But I think those issues that are raising, that are being raised about how do we try to ensure that the inventor become. But at the moment, you must get royalties. Yes, there might not be enough based on the university's policy, but the act might change, so it might favor the IPR. In other countries in Europe, like I know in Sweden and another country, they don't take the university doesn't own IP. The IP goes to the researcher or inventor. All right, thank you.
Any other question? I'm short, so I'm trying to make sure that I'm not leaving anyone behind. Is that what they said, SDG? We don't want to leave anyone behind. So I also don't want to leave anyone behind. Okay, it looks like, do you have another question, Sia? Looks like you've got another question.
Sorry, Dr. Pin. No, my question is around the cost of patenting. As students, I think the university can absorb that responsibility. But what about my invention that is not attached to the institution? How expensive is it? Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting question. And like I said, I made a disclaimer when I finished that I didn't talk about IP management because it's a topic on its own. And that's where we'll have addressed those issues. So, when you are disclosing your IP to the university pay the cost. So the costs are paid. The university's got a budget, and the National Intellectual Property Management Office, they reimburse 50% of what the university spend. So the university paid it. But now, unfortunately, if it's an invention that it's not within the course and scope of your studies and it's your own, like for example, I mean, you are an engineer, you're an engineering student, and you came up at home in a garage with a food formula. I mean, it's not considered as engineering, so it's not within the course and scope of your studies. So that is the university will not assert their right on that because it's your own, and you do not use the university resources. It's expensive. Filing a patent is not expensive. You can go to CPIC and file yourself, and you spend less money. But we advise people to use patent attorneys because patent attorneys will draft the specification, will help you to draft the specification, so that if someone disputing your patent, you have a clear specification that you can use. So they will basically file a patent on your behalf, but they will charge you. So they charge per hour. So filing a provisional patent, we're looking at something like 18,000 to 20,000, something depending on how long the lawyer charges at the hours. But if you go to CPIC, you'll spend less. But like I said, your specification might not be drafted well. Because CPIC, they don't look at the specification. They just look at the paperwork. Are you the applicant? Did you sign the form? Did you sign this and this? And they file a patent. So you and I now, we can go to CPIC and file a patent. They don't look at the specification. But when you're using a lawyer, the specs are drafted. If China take you on, you've got your claims there. So that's the advantage, that you will pay more, but good specification. You know, if you go on your own, you pay less, but your specs might not be in order. Thank you.
We also don't want to ignore our colleagues who are online.
Yes,
I'm not sure whether, is there anyone online who has got questions? We have got some online there. Any question? Please raise your hand if you have got a question there.
You can write in the chat as well, I think. But while they're raising, but I want to now throw a question to you. Do you understand when I talk about spin-out company? Because that's basically the trend where it's going. Did you understand that aspect of a spin-out company? No, if I didn't understand, you didn't understand, raise your hand and say that I didn't understand. What is a spin-out company? If you didn't understand, so I can clarify, because that's where we are encouraging researchers to go, where you have a research, you've got innovation, and you start your own company, and you commercialize. And that's where the world is going.
I don't know. Let me just be honest. I'm a bit confused on what a spin-out company is. Like, I'm looking at an organization like Caprisa, which is under UKZN. Can you call that a spin-out company, or because it's not commercialized? I don't know. Because it was a professor who had an idea, and you know Caprisa, right? Caprisa. Yes, under UKZN. Yeah. Research, HIV Research Center.
Oh. The one by Prof. Karim. Oh, yeah. No, I know. So there's a difference between a spin-out and a center. So in the university setup, we'll have a research center, an institute. Those are not separate legal entities. It's just a center, and it falls within the university. So the processes, it follows the university processes. It might have the director or its own staff, its own budget, but normally they will use the university course centers. They will not have there. So that's not a spin-out company. It's a center. But there might be few center like incubator that are funded by CEDA. They are separate legal entity, but you find that they are associated with the university. But they are separate legal entity because of the agreement that they must have their own boards and or board of directors. So, but it's not a spin-out, it's just an entity. Spin-out, it's when you have decided that you want to form a company based on the university IP that you invented. And that, as he's indicated, that university, that IP, the applicant is the university because it is within the course and scope of your studies or your work. Now, you as a researcher, you are going to license that IP from the university to your spin-out company and commercialize it. And when you made money, you pay the university royalties by being an applicant and you take your own, you know. The investor can make a decision to take equity or share on that company, you know. So that's up to them, you know. So we have equity and non-equity. So the investor can take equity. So if they see that the company is viable, so they've got equity, but your relationship is that you've got a shareholders agreement. You are an inventor and who's commercialized your own IP, but the applicant is the university. Yeah, that's the difference. Then you have also commercialization hub. So the university can also decide that instead of using an office or a department to commercialize the IP, they create a separate company, a special purpose vehicle to commercialize. And we see with Stellenbosch, they have Innovas. The couple of them, VETS, you had VETS Enterprise, but I think it's closed down now. Those models don't work very well. And University of Pretoria also had them. So that's when you have a company that's commercialized. So that vehicle is good for the investor to take equity. Remember, it's high risk for investors to take equity in your company because your company might fail easily. 70% of the startups fail in their first years. That is a proven research. So now, your company might fail and the investor have invested a lot of money. So universities will either have a special purpose vehicle that is a separate legal entity that will take equity from this spin-off company and therefore not exposing the investor's balance sheet. Because once you're a spin-off, it means that there must be the investor's balance sheet, assets, and then you're exposing the balance sheet of the investor. So some investors do take shares through that vehicle so that they minimize the risk of the investor being involved. Because when the company is liquidated, the investor must take, it's going to be spending, money to try maybe either retrench or absorb staff members from that company. It's very expensive route. So yeah, so some investors do that because some industry don't want to work with investors. They think investors have got red tapes. Some investors to approve an agreement, it goes right to the VC, it goes to the director, the legal vetting. So some company, Aspen doesn't have time. If they've got a commercial contract, they come and say, UKZN, sign here. And you are taking weeks to sign. They are moving, they are going to go to duty. So they don't have time wait for you to say that, so-and-so you'll approve. So most of companies don't want to invest because of the red tapes. And that's the challenge we face when we interact with industry. They rather work with a company that's quick. If they send an agreement today, tomorrow it's signed. But in the real world, it doesn't happen that way, especially in the university. The dean has to see that, yeah. I hope you understand, because I wanted you to, when I leave here, this spin-off issue, some issues I want you to understand. I don't want to be too confused, or maybe I've confused you more.
Thanks, Doc. I think, let me just abuse this opportunity if there are no questions. I'm sure some of the questions may come. I indicated to you earlier that in this program, under the VVSDP program, we have got so many organizations which are under it, but also under IPMOSA. Now I'm recalling there's a question that we asked when we started to say, as UKZN, we have got a work package on knowledge generation, and we've got students under that. Therefore, the question which was coming from TIA as an agent was to say, are there IPs that will come out of those PhD students? So now I think it's an opportunity for them that if they had to respond to that, what processes that they should be able to go about for them to be able to meet. I will say, part of a requirement, as they are funded through DSI as a department with certain agencies which are also working in all these issues of patent, IP, and so forth. Then the question that we ask, what IP that will come out of their research project? Because I would think that it goes to the very same direction to ask what impact your research is going to make. So I think they've got that challenge that they should be able to respond to that at the end of the day. So can you advise in terms of that then, if possible? I'm asking on their behalf.
Yeah. So you see, when you are in the university, it's a different world. So the issue of IP, like I said in the university, they are managed by two aspects. Firstly is the IPR Act. So the IPR Act, which is the act that governs the IP, is managed in the university. It says, and there are gray areas, if you receive funds, because this IP is about public funds, when public funds were used to conceptualize or to generate IP. It says the recipient is the owner of the IP. And that's why it happened. There's a gray area. So meaning that if TIA given you the investing money and say support students, UKZN is a recipient. So let's say the money comes to the UKZN, it's a recipient. But now we've seen a lot of times where entrepreneurs go in the street and go to approach to your DSI and say, win funding. But they actually eventually come to the university. TI and DSI, they feel more comfortable transferring money to the university than to give it to me as an individual, because there's higher risk. You can give me money and I can go to Dubai and I can go and buy a Porsche. And then so they normally will give the investor. So that's where but the question is, who's the recipient? As an entrepreneur, I went separately to TIA, so it means that I must be a recipient. Now let's come to the investing. In the investing setup, so IPR Act, it says that if you are given money by any organ or agent or agents or an organ of a state, that is public fund, it's considered public fund. So it means that as the recipient of those funding must own the IP. Now, student, you are now governed by the intellectual property. You must read the IP policy. If you haven't read the IP policy for UKZN, please go and read it. So unfortunately, the staff members, anything that you do within the course and scope of your employment, the IP belongs to the university. The university is the applicant. You are an inventor, and then that won't take it away. When you are a student, that's the most of policy. I don't know. I don't think I've read the UKZN policy. I've read the policy on centers, but I haven't read the IP policy. The policy says that students assigning means that they give over their IP by mere registration. So that's how it is. So once you register for a master's PhD, you must know that your PhD work is owned by the university. That's the policy say. It's not me, it's the policy that. But like, read your policy. I haven't read it. I won't be. So read your university policy. So now, Prof, that's where it comes. So in response is that any work that the students are going to be doing, if they are registered with UKZN, it will mean that the IP has to be disclosed to the university. And the owner of that IP will be the university. You became the inventor. But there must be benefit sharing. If that IP become commercialized, you are entitled to a percentage of royalties. When the university get royalties, you must get your cut. That's simple. So yes, in a nutshell is that student by mere registration, it means that any IP that come from their studies. And I'm not talking about things that come from your side hustles, no. Things that come from something that is not related to your studies, the university will never assert its right on IP. So that must be clear. If you decide that you are an engineering student or science or humanities, but you decide to do a clothing range, a fashion design, that is not considered, because it's not your course and scope. You're not studying fashion design, unless you're studying fashion design, but also unless if that was part of your studies. But if it's not part of your studies, it should not be considered as a university IP. And that's when evaluation assessment comes, because we have what we call innovation disclosure form. Those questions are asked. You must sit with you're the IP officer. They must ask those questions. Who funded this? Because funding is also another issue. If something is funded by TIA, it's another issue because of TIA will have to sign the funding agreement. This is how IP will be managed. But I can tell you, Prof, in the situation, the IP policy of the university will kick in. Yeah. And go and read it if you haven't read it.
Thank you, Doc. There seems to be another question.
So, Doc, there's another question that has come to me. How do we bring this idea of technology transfer and IP closer to communities, particularly when it comes to people like traditional healers? I'm reminded this by, I think he was honored a doctorate, Dr. Mr. Ngubane. I think he ended up working with, I think, Professor Songa here at the medical school during the height of HIV and AIDS. I know him because he lives in Umlazi, yes, because he was helping people with his medicine to try and suppress the viral load. And that's why he was even absorbed by the very institutions to work with him. So in that case, I'm sure that there are so many other people with such innovative, groundbreaking kinds of, I don't like to use the word, but concoctions. How do you then imbue that, right, in this space of academia, IP, and so forth? Thanks.
All right, thank you. No, it's very, very simple and important. So universities are not an island. So if you are a university and you exist in a community, that's why there is a lack of community engagement. So the university need to work with the community and go and see what the community is all about. It's just like if you bring a mine in this area and people around are not benefiting, they're gonna be toy-toying. Because that mine is here, but their kids are not being employed. The procurement, you are bringing your own service providers, it won't fly. So the university needs to work, especially the tech transfer and academics, have community engagement project where you work with the community and understand those kind of projects, you know. The tricky with this kind of pharmaceutical or health, is that those things at some stage need to be taken to the lab, you need to have clinical trials, especially working on human, you know. Yes, there are people that will go and consume those things, but someone might think, oh, what is the dosage of that, you know? Why should I be drinking this thing? I don't even know what it is, you know? So, but if they work together, especially on this pandemic that are very life-threatening or, they need to work with the researchers and investors. So that closeness is very important. That's why if he goes to apply funding from DSR or TIA, they always ask you, where's the technology partner? Technology partner, most of them are from the university because you're going to work with the research and academic. Now, TIA has a program called Grassroots Innovation, and I'm sure you've seen it. They advertise it. If you Google to TIA, you'll find Grassroots. It's meant for the community. So Grassroots Innovation, we define it as innovators that have no academic qualifications. But they can come with, they can design, they can invent things, you know, but they don't really, they didn't go to school like you and I, you know. So those are grassroots innovators. So TIA will fund them and they will then work with the experts, you know. So people like that, you refer them to the TIA, they've got program. And other agents of government, so NEF has got those kind of things where, and DTIC can have those, where they can actually apply for that funding. But like I said, most of them, they have to work with the university, so they need a technology partner. So and then they work together. And it's a condition of the funding that you need to work with the academic institutions. So, but it's for us to reach out to them, there are incubators. I think one of the interventions that government has done was to have incubators, because incubator help ordinary people that are in the community. They are not even just made for the university students, but you have to have the community in terms of the entrepreneurs that never went to school, but they've got nice business model, but they just need to be defined, have a good business plan, bankable, they can go to IDC and get funding, but those people can't go on their own. So yeah, so I think that's how we can bring the community together. Lastly, we have a program called Innovate Pretoria. It's like there's Innovate Devon here. I don't know how Innovate Devon works with the same. So Innovate Pretoria is a program that we do, is that we help the people in the community, because our university is in the township. We have campus in Sojangu and Ramkua. And once the people told us that, but you are here, but you're not for us. You know, we just hear this university building, but we don't benefit. So we decided that if you are a community stay in Sojangu Mabopani and you are an innovator, you need help, you need to be advised on IP, we will do that for free. for you, and we'll advise you where you can get funding. So that's how the university can actually work with the community. Yeah. Thank you. Other question?
Yes, we can take some questions. Remember, I said earlier that Doc had time before lunch and also before break and also after break, but there's a presentation that we didn't have. So if you still have got some questions, then I think that will help. I think, Doc, you are already touching on, even though you're just giving a synopsis, sort of, or a summary, sort of, on the basis of what you're talking about in terms of the community engagement and also the role of the university in some of those, what we call those challenges that I'm not sure, I want to abuse your time in a sense that because we're coming from communities and we are always interested to see some improvements in our communities, but sometimes you'll find that we don't know where to start because for sure, these colleagues here, they are doing their PhDs. But remember, when you go back to your community, sometimes they will say, we have got a PhD, but you are failing to resolve some of the community problems, isn't it? Then it becomes a pressure in one way or the other. So I'm not quite too sure how one can be able to understand more of that program that you are talking about where different universities in Pretoria, they are coming together with an intention to respond to some of the challenges. Maybe just as a highlight, maybe there's something that we can learn out of that then.
Yeah, thank you. So the first that we need to do. So the communities is very diverse. So you've got you have rural areas where we know that when you go, you must go and speak with the chief. The area that you can't just rock. You need to start. So you need to understand those dynamics. That there are places where you will go. You're gonna first go to the chief and go and greet, and then and tell them, like even when sometimes you're doing research in the community, you collecting data, you have to go there. But there are these semi-urban areas where there are no chiefs, there are councillors. It's difficult to work with councillors, I must tell you. And I won't lie, we try to, we when we launch in the grassroots innovation with TIA, so they launch it in our township in Sojangube, and obviously, because it's government, they need to go through Sanko and the council. And they were all bringing their own service providers because we need to fare community with the buses. And they're giving me quotation of their buses and So it's difficult to work, but it's something that must be pursued. We work also with the councillors, of course. Like I said, it's not the honorable route. But with us, Prof, our success is that we work with the city of Tshwane, the municipality. So when we work with the municipality, the advantage is that all these hurdles of going through the councillor is resolved because it's the city of Tshwane, they know which councillor, they know the protocol. So when we work with the municipality, it's the easiest way. Whether it's rural, because every area has got the municipality, whether it's district or metropolitan or is a normal. So I think working with the municipality, it helps. So far it was encouraged that we are able to help the innovators in a deep rural area, Winterveld, because they will go into the city of Tshwane. The city of Tshwane will refer them to a relevant institution. So it's always good to work with the municipality. I think that's the recipe of us in Gauteng, how it works, because now we work with UNISA, Sfakomaga, UP, and Tuting, and we are helping the community. So it was because of the city of Tshwane. And it was still, that idea was the city of Tshwane, because city of Tshwane said that they can't have 4 universities and it's not benefiting the community. And the same here, you've got Duty, UKZN. Is there another third university? No. MUT, yes. Yeah, how could I forget MUT? So you see, now, but you have these 3 entities, universities here, and then is it helping the city or is it helping the community? Is there any innovation that came out from this university that is helping the community or is disrupting? You see, that's a big question the municipality here must ask themselves, So that's how the city of Tshwane said, they ask themselves, how are we helping the communities? And that's where all it started. And like I said, working with the municipality might be a first point because you don't have that hurdle of dealing with the councillors on the level, unlike you are going to them directly. And even if there's area where they are controlled by the chiefs, I'm sure the municipality know the protocol because that should maybe overshadowed. Yeah. So I think that's in a nutshell. I can say that you need to try and see who are the stakeholders. And there are also other stakeholders. There's also forums and community, groups in the community that you need to identify, So what we once did, we did what we call industrial cluster mapping. So industrial cluster mapping is to understand what are the role players in the ecosystem, in the area. So you understand that there's a chamber, like in Tshwane we have a Tshwane Chamber of Commerce. I'm sure in Devon there's a business chamber as well, So, and then you also have these NGOs. Don't underestimate. That's why our president, if you have noticed our president, he consults a lot of NGOs in certain matters. Because you cannot just ignore them that because of they are not non-governmental. You need to engage with them. So there are a lot of structures. You might find that there is a forum or entrepreneurs forum in Umlazi that you don't know. So how are you gonna go there and work with the entrepreneur, but you don't work with the forum in Umlazi that it deals with the entrepreneur? So those are the things that you need. Understand the stakeholder. Do stakeholder mapping. Understand who are you going to work with, and it will make your life easier. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. It looks like we want to round off now, unless only if there are some burning questions or people want to ventilate something. Okay. The way you look at me is space, like you've got so many questions, but you are failing to come up with one question. You have got so many of them, but you don't know which one to ask. Is that the case? Space, is that the case?
I'm interested in going back to watch the session again on YouTube to get to fill in the gaps that I may have in my mind. But it's an interesting session, more especially because it talks to how we can apply our studies in improving or our studies having an impact in towards our communities. So yeah, I do have a lot of questions, but I think I need to watch the session again just to get more information. But I did take the contact details for the presenter of the session.
And I'll share the slides. I'll share with Prof. So you can use the slides. Copyrighted. I'm joking. It's fine. You can use the slides.
The fact that, Doc, there are some amongst ourselves who are still digesting, there may be a possibility that there may be some follow-ups. So if there are possibilities of those follow-ups, I would say, which is also a directive, Doc, that I'm always giving to everyone, that since you have been able to visit us here with a nice presentation, nice input, we will also want to engage you in future, but also have got a responsibility here to say, when we're trying to brainstorm about this, then Prof. Mtapuri, in our first presentation, said, we want to have this international research summer school going forever, because we want to shape the way in which we are used to summer schools anyway. So now what I'm trying to say, Doc, is that we're happy that you came, and we'll also appreciate that in future, should such engagement also continues, then we'll also be much more happier if you'll then also bless us with your presence on the basis of this then.
No, thank you so much, Prof. Yes, definitely. I am the kind of person that I want to see I build networks, so I'll be glad to come and see, to come again, and also to see how how things unfold in initiatives that we talk about, because once off things and you go and you never know what happens. Sometimes sometimes it doesn't help you as a person. You want to see the results of the good initiative. So definitely, Prof, my door will also be open. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc, because just as a head up to all of you, I think I've also indicated that somewhere around October, 24, is it 24, 25 October, we'll also be hosting a conference on public innovation and also sustainability. So I think we've got a thematic area around the role of higher education when it comes, the role of higher education when it comes to innovation then. I'm sure that we'll be also much more interested to have Doc again to deliberate and have a discussion around some of those issues then. So with that being said, let us give a round of applause, a big one. Thank you so much, Doc. I'm not sure, Noktula, whether your lunch is ready. Half one. Okay, that means to say, Prof. Mtapura, I can hand over to you now. Yeah, but we're still going to sit with Doc until, yes.
Thank you, colleagues. What we're going to look at now, I know I've had quite a number of questions anyway over the course of the few days you've been together. So my intention though, I'm waiting for but I will start the discussion. I needed some flip charts because I want us to look at some of these issues based on the questions that I've been hearing from people. So my intention was, to start the writing anyway, starting from the very process in terms of even looking for your topic and all those things until you come to the end anyway. So I'll just give you an overview of those things. But I want to ask you at the same time, what are the key issues that you want to hear when I start my proper presentation? I'll try to zero in on those specific issues. Any issues that are bothering you, things that you may need to understand, so that when I do my presentation, then, we are all together and I'll emphasize those issues that are of concern to you. Yes, any questions, any issues that you want to be covered? It's going to be a very open discussion, but I'll just cover those issues very much in a broad way. But you will also have to read about them because I will be presenting ideas and concepts, but you have to read about them and also consult your supervisors where it applies. We'll talk also about all those issues of how do I apply the theories and all those. So it's going to be a very much open discussion starting from the beginning to the end. Something like that. I just want to give you an overview, how it all comes together in a way. And the various things. So I want to start even from the topic up to when we, finalize the whole thesis. So that's the idea. Any questions that you may have that are bothering you, things that you want to understand, things that you want to know? I will try to, yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
How do you come about to have the finality on the theory you are going to be working on your research thesis? Then there's the methodology. How do you come about to say, I'm going to have this sample, I'm going to finally work with maybe 200? Because we are working with the idea that I want also these results to be generalized, as you are saying that we need to have these researches with the context that they need to benefit the community we're coming from.
Okay. Very good question. So if I was going to write, I was going to start by talking more about your research question. That's where everything starts from. What is it that you want to study and why do you want to study? So the research problem, that's what we start with. What's the problem that you want to solve? I had Dr. Bidi talk about the issue of, he said that there are so many problems. They accuse at Home Affairs. We see them every day, isn't it? Yeah, I can tell you an example. There was a case in Zimbabwe at some point. At Home Affairs also. You see, I don't know, like these Home Affairs people, like they're the same in Zimbabwe and South Africa. You'll still find queues in both countries, unfortunately. So what they did at that point is that they just looked at, also looking at systems. Where is the problem? Where are the bottlenecks? And so on. But funny enough, what was happening was that just the form itself was too large, a form. The form itself that people were completing. They summarized, how do you ask myself, like a person in my age, about my long birth certificate? Where will it come from? Or he asked me for birth certificate for my father. Where will it come from? Where will it come from? So when they reduced just the questions, the queues disappeared. Make it simple, yeah, the queues disappeared. Overnight, they were gone. We ask the things you want, the major things that you want. Not to ask, about, my totems, my, and all those. I know, we know they are important. But, in that instrument that you applying for a birth certificate, and then all those. So they disappeared altogether. They even brought in the army at the time anyway. That's what they did. When the army came in, everything, the queue's gone. Just the form, just changing the form. So I see it also in banks. Some banks you wait for quite a long time, right? They're doing one person, 30 minutes with one client. That's not, it's also about those systems. But I hear your question, yes. How do we start with the research problem? Yes. They are doing that, let them, if they can bring it forward here, that would be good. Then I will start then looking at it from there. Yes, you can bring the chart, or if you want to be, no, because the camera is this side, so yeah. Let's have that. Thank you so much, Sne. I know she had to rush, I hope you're not driving like Schumacher. Or Verstappen. So thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues. So everything, like I was saying, it starts from the problem. Thank you so much. I'll start with this one, this black one. So your research problem. Also, they say if there is no problem, if there is no research problem, there is no research as well. Yeah, if everything is fine, why do you do research? That's the thinking. Obviously you have to do research. So when you look at your research, it will tell us also, it's also from this research problem that you can get your title. Are we together, guys? You get your title from that research problem. Your title will come from there because that's the idea. I want to study on issues to do with GBV, so you think of that. And it's too broad, which GBV or what, affecting which group of people. Is it children? Is it males? Is it females? Is it all groups? So that's how you would then look at it in terms of that, when you do your research problem, what is critical, what we want to know or understand, especially is the magnitude of the problem. Magnitude. How big is the problem, right? Even when you do your research, we need to know the magnitude, or the severity of the problem in your research problem. That's what we want to see. How big is that problem, right? We need to know the severity. We may also want to see, also this comes from literature anyway. You'll be looking at others, what they have written about it, both from empirical studies that they have done. You also look, when you're doing all this anyway, also as you identify your gap, what gap you want to fill. Knowledge gap, I mean. So you're looking at empirical studies. What studies were done? I had one student who looked at various studies when they were looking for a gap. They would say Mtapuri there, he did a study on the same on GBV, but he used, let's say, a qualitative study. This one did a quanti. Quali, let's say those, you will say Mtapuri did a quali and some key findings. So you could see, and also you can look at the location, and you look at another writer and look at what they looked at. Let's say Prof. Mieni looked at the same issue, you know, but perhaps he used a mixed method. You know, then you say he used mixed method, you can write in there that in mixed method, or I could possibly write, and then you can see also write a little bit of their findings. What were their key findings? Because you're looking for a gap. So then you carry on, who did what, and so on and so forth. Then you can see, you can identify there for your gap. So we need to know the severity. We also need to know what measures were taken before or undertaken to try to solve it. Measures undertaken or undertaken before to try and solve it. To solve the problem. What happened and why did they not work? So we are interested in that. We are also interested to know what are the consequences if this problem is not resolved. Yeah? So you are trying to justify your study. Why? You know, it has to be done. So we need to know the consequences, because yes, if this problem of unemployment is not addressed, what could be the consequences? Right? We know what it will mean, right? More crime, isn't it? Yeah, more crime and all those things. So those will be the consequences. These are what we would call, these are the costs to society. These are the costs to society and should be avoided. That's why we want to know what are the costs to society if this issue is not resolved. So in that way, this cost to society can be socio-economic. What are the social costs of it? Economic, they could also be political. They could also be psychological, although we may not be able to quantify them if they are psychological costs to society. So that's what's happening, the psychological costs. It's like where we say that people are being removed from where they used to stay and they are being transported. Their psychological cost isn't where people are saying there are graves of our ancestors are there, right? The graves are there. Why are you uprooting us to another place? So there are those psychological costs, although we may not be able to quantify them. So that's the whole idea there. So you must think of your research problem. It will also tell us what, so these are essentially the things that I look at when you structure your problem, research problem. So you need to know all these things and the gap in knowledge you want to, and so on. So it's important to read. All this comes from reading. So we need to know the consequences. These are the costs to society. They can be socio-economic costs. We see social problems will emerge, especially don't solve the issue of unemployment. A lot of, we see many of these manifestations of the adverse impacts of certain phenomena if they are left unattended to. So that's the whole idea of the research problem. So that's where your title will come from. So in a way, we shall now talk a little bit more about, let's say, you talk more broadly about, say, your topic. Typically, some would argue to say it should be around 16 to 20 words. Let me say 16 to 20 words. You don't want a long topic, eh? Very long topic. Just about 16 to 20 words anyway. Some would say it may specify the location of the study. Where is it going to take place? Some may say it may identify the methodology you're going to use. In the sense of the methodology, in the sense of either is it a qualitative, quantitative, is it systematic literature review or something like that, Or you can specify exactly that is a regression analysis or logistic regression analysis, type of study. So in a way, that's how it should be. Then, obviously, you have to do a good literature. Oh, obviously, let me start with, obviously, we need it came from your research problem. We've seen your research problem. Okay, you do a literature review. We want to know what others have written about your topic. So we want to know what others have written about that topic, because we are building from what others have done. You're not reinventing the wheel. So there is knowledge. We are building upon knowledge, more knowledge. That's how knowledge, we generate knowledge so that we end up with more knowledge, obviously. So you need to do your literature. But your supervisors will advise you as well. That's where the question he asked, we need to think about your theoretical framework, your theory. What theory must I use? It then depends also on what you are studying, what was your research problem. So we will see also talk about a little bit more about paradigms as well. So because here, when I talk about theory, there are also two ways or two versions of how you must present either, let's say, your theoretical framework or conceptual framework. Two ways to present it. You can either start with your literature review. Others do that, presentation of your literature review first, because they are saying that I have concepts that are key in my study that I want to see in the theories. The theories must also tell me about that. But the others who do it the other way, you can start with your theoretical framework if you have found one that you think is good for your purposes, and then carry on with your literature review. So there are those two ways that in terms of presentation. So the next thing that you would need, we shall also talk a little bit more when we come back after lunch, the difference between the conceptual and theoretical frameworks. The difference between them, but also we shall look at our methods. But when I look, I shall start obviously with the paradigms, because the paradigms are the ones that define whether your study is going to be either qualitative or quantitative as well. Whether your study is quali or quanti. Are we together, colleagues? Yeah, the paradigm, because if I choose the positivist, then my study is going to be quantitative. If I take the other extreme, interpretivism, I know Prof. Or Jokonya spoke a lot about these paradigms, but we're going to see they also inform the methods that we're going to use. So if you look at your research problem, that's where all it starts. It also tells us the methods that we're going to use. Because if I'm interested in people's opinions, people's views, and so on, so my study naturally has to be qualitative, isn't it? The opinions and views. But if I'm interested in knowing the extent of a problem, I have to go quantity, isn't it? Because I want to know numbers. Is that right? Yeah, because I need to know the numbers. So in terms of when you choose either a quali or quanti, it shows us that here, quanti, I'm interested in the breadth. Let me write it as breadth when I talk about the extent. And here I'm interested in the depth, isn't it? It is the depth that's of interest to me. So that's how you're going to look at it. Quanti, I want numbers. I want to know what the extent of poverty in a given area. I want to know numbers, how many people are poor, and so on. But if I do a quanti alone, perhaps it may not tell me why those people are poor, isn't it? I have to go and ask them, what are the causes? What do you think are the causes of poverty? And some would say maybe it's about there are no jobs, and I'll ask why are there no jobs, and so on and so forth. And they will, tell us, that maybe it could be the issue of policies are not good. Some would also obviously blame, some would say corruption and all those things. So yes, people will tell you, so that's where we do a quality component to it. So we're going to talk a little bit more about it being a mixed method as well. When I combine mixed methods, when I combine both quali and quanti, so it's going to be our mixed methods, right? So we're going to see all this and also see in terms of these methods, what type of methods are we going to use when it's a qualitative study and what methods we're going to use when it's a quantitative study. So just an overview of all those, but you will have to concretize those with your supervisors to say yes, because this is what we're going to be doing. So in a way, that's what I'm going to be talking about, the methods, and also see, after your methods, obviously, like I mentioned yesterday, or was it yesterday? Oh, the other day, not yesterday. The other day, that when you have either a quali or quantitative study, obviously, the people here will talk more about them as participants, isn't it? We agreed, right? And here we talk more about respondents. And here, also, when we generate we talk more of findings, and here that's where we talk about results, because they are a result of some calculations, a result of some computations. and so on. So I'm going to talk largely results. I'm going to talk now largely about there is our research taking these two forms. So I'm going to talk more about when we talk about, I'll look at positivism and at the two extremes, and interpretivism. Because they're the ones that would then tell us or lead us to the type of study that we're going to do, either it being quali or quanti. So these are just a worldview. It's a worldview. People who believe that this is how science should be done. It's a worldview. It's a group of people who say we call ourselves positivists. This is how we're going to do. They believe, obviously, in issues of objectivity, right? Objectivity. Science has to be objective. So in a way, if you look at it, I can write in terms of thinking. If I say this is quantitative and this is quali. So what happens is that what you're looking at is that our interest here, obviously, you will see this in many books, that it will talk obviously about that. Here we are dealing with numbers, isn't it? Yeah. Here we are more dealing with words. What people said and how perhaps they were saying it and under what context. So here we are interested when we're looking at quantitative studies, we are looking more at numbers and the words for the quali. So therefore, you shouldn't try to bring a lot of that quantification in a qualitative study. Try not to bring this, percentages and so on and so forth. Because naturally, your sample is small, therefore there is no need, because if your sample is 25, 30, those fractions, or if they say your sample was 10, and then you are saying 10% of the people, which is 1%. You say 10%, 10% of people were angry. But 90% were happy. Yeah, 90% of 10 people. So it's not good to bring those numbers. So in a way, here we also took more, essentially it could be an artificial sort of setting. Artificial, I'm so sorry about, okay, I'll try to improve my writing now. Artificial setting, here it should be a natural setting. I know I can do better. Natural setting. Natural setting. So that's what we see. And also here, they normally talk about being objective, but we shall see there are also, maybe one would say, limits to those objectivity and so on. And here, normally, they say it's very subjective, and here you may see some text also write about that. Here, it's very static, you may see that. And here they say we are more interested in the process. Right? You will see such words that is more static and you're interested in the process. And here typically you see that it's very structured. Here we see that quite some are unstructured. Because things may happen in the field and then you carry on in terms of, as things happen, you may change your methodology, or although yes, it's very strict in terms of changing actual methodology, but in terms of questions you could, because I know when it comes to actual methodology, you may need to ask for some reapplication if you have to. But it's very quite unstructured. That's why we talk with open-ended questions and so on. So that's what you see there. So quantity, numbers, official, objective, static, and process. Here also very much they talk about the point of view of the researcher coming out through prominently in that discussion here, but we are interested in the viewpoints of the participants themselves. So that's our interest in this one. So these are some of the things that we see when it's a qualitative, quantitative study. So we can see also that there are differences. So positivists, that's what they believe in. Numbers, very objective. It's like people who would say to you, if you mix these two compounds, it's going to explode. And that's what should happen, isn't it? Yeah, then that's how they believe. Very much distant. They remove themselves from the actual research trying to achieve that objectivity. So that's what they try and do. But here we are subjective. We are interested in those subjective experiences of people. And therefore, this manifests in terms of the types of designs that are possible. So you will see, if I look at, I've spoken about interpretivism and so on, but in between these, let me just go back to this. In between these paradigms, there are others, like critical realism and so on, right? There are others. There we talk the critical realism, or some say realism, critical realism and so on, or critical theory, some say. So you will see there are others. There are feminists are all there. These have a different agenda altogether, because here they are more interested in issues that relate to power and the various inequalities in community, in society. So this has to do with power, to do with emancipation, either emancipation of women and so on. That's where you see the feminists coming in through there, because they are interested in trying to address or to bring about positive change. So their agenda is to bring about change. It's not just about understanding phenomena or explaining phenomena. What would typically be the positivists. Positivists are interested in explaining phenomena, why things are happening the way they are, also very much interested in that. Explanations and prediction. So they're interested in predictions, explanations and predictions. Here, yes, in interpretivism or interpretivists, we want to know those and understand. It's a very key word. In qualitative research, we are interested in understanding phenomena. So that's the difference there. So if you look at it in terms of the designs also will differ. So I'll have here quanti, oh, okay, let me just do it differently. I say quanti and quali. So if you look at it, I'm just going to do it just like this. Okay. Okay, there we go. So in terms of the typical designs that we see, research designs, typically here you would have your survey. Right. Typically you see surveys, you do your surveys. But if you look at this side, we have those things like the action research. You have your participatory, your PRA, participatory research. You have your ethnography. Here I could add case study as well. You can have a case study where you're looking at numbers as well. Here you have your case study as well in terms of your designs, ethnography. Also, some people add grounded theory there, more as a design, not as a theory. But I shall talk grounded theory. Grounded theory is not really a theory. Grounded theory is a technique of generating a new theory. It's how you, based on your own data, you are generating a theory. That's grounded theory. It's not a theory itself, So these are the types of research designs that we typically see. Action research, participatory, action research, participatory research, or participatory action research. I could write participatory action research and so on. Ethnography, case studies, grounded theory, and what else can I add here? Ethnography. Yeah, we've got ethnography. It could be auto-ethnography, where you do your own ethnography. So in a way, we see these distinctions that case study, I can have a case study in the survey in terms of designs. So you will see these two differences. And also this does affect. Therefore, when I talk more, I talk about quantity and quality as approaches, right? Well, in other texts, they do it differently. But I want to say that these are more approaches. Also, obviously, there will be mixed method. That will be the next one. The mixed methods will be the next one. Mixed methods will be the next one. Yeah? So, will be the next one. Mixed method will be this. So I didn't write it so well, but I will still come to it anyway and do it much better. So that's what we see, the designs that we see, the action research, participatory action research, you could have that one, participatory. These are the ones that way you talk about the participatory action. You're talking about people using those Venn diagrams. You know those Venn diagrams, right? Doing the transit walks, walking in the communities, community mapping, of their assets and so on in the communities. So you focus group, obviously, and interviews are part of that. Photo voice and all those. such techniques are part of that participatory. Also involving the communities and the co-creation of knowledge, meaning that they are also involved. We did a study with our colleagues, with Professor Logia in Emagwaveni. We did some study there some time ago, but there we were using also photo voice in that time. But also they were using drone technology as well. So photo voice also, so we are using as part of this suite of participatory techniques where the communities were taking pictures of the various things in their community were related also much more to service delivery and all that. So they were taking pictures and how they live and all that. And also being involved in the analysis of the data, meaning that they were involved in saying, yes, these are the pictures, and then this is how we feel or understand the way things are. So in a way, yes, you can do ethnography. There was a young guy who did an ethnographic study, auto, on himself. He was a PhD student and also did a study on himself because he was like a paraplegic. Yeah, he did a study on himself. So in terms of that, brings me also to the idea of a sample. How big is a sample? How big a sample should be? Yeah, because there are difference in the quantity and quality. Here we need the numbers. So I can here talk also about the samples. Sampling. Here the sampling has to be large sample because it has to be large. Here it can be small, so as small as 1. Are we together, colleagues? It can be as small as 1. Yeah? I gave you that guy, he did PhD and passed with flying colors. He was about himself. Also imagine if I was to write about Nelson Mandela, to write his books, I would write about his upbringing, it's a book. I would write about his training as a lawyer, it's a book. I would write about his practice when he started practicing as a book. I would write about his training military as a book. I would write about his, life as president is a book. I would write about his life with Winnie Mandela is a book. I would write about his life with Graca Machel is another book. I can still even right now write another book, even after he's gone, but we can still write some books about him. So you can see that it can be even one person in a qualitative study. But here we need numbers. You have to use numbers because you can use Riosoft. It's a software that can give you give it your population, and then you can use this one, this Riosoft. It's a very good software. You give it your population, it gives you your sample, but you also have to give it the level of confidence in terms of how much, by what percentage, in terms of, is it 5% or 95% level of confidence, that 95%. So I want to say my results are at 95. You can also set it to 99% anyway, level of confidence, to say this sample is good enough for me to be able to generalize. So usually with this, in qualitative studies, your intention is never to generalize, please. Are we together, colleagues? Yeah, and also your sample need not be representative because there is no way, I don't represent my father or I don't represent my brothers. Even twins don't represent each other. They are two different people, isn't it? Yeah, there's no way I say I represent or my experiences, they can't be, my experiences cannot be, I can't represent anyone. Okay, so I could add another one. Yes, people add also phenomenology here. Phenomenology. Some add it as a design as well, as some of those research designs. You may see it, others take it phenomenology, it's much more to do about individual experiences. You're talking to a drug addict. You are talking to a gangster. It's about his experience. It's individual, phenomenological. I mean, in the sense that it's their own experience, phenomenology. That's where it comes. Others take it more as a philosophy, but that's what I wanted just to add so that you know. Also making a distinction between action research. Action research, you want to do some research and also to apply some solutions. You must come with solutions. That's why it's called action. Action is real action. You want to do research in order to bring about change in the community. These are participatory techniques that you'll be using, those Venn diagrams, the transit walks, and so on. those, doing those seasonal calendars and so on. Ethnography, you immerse yourself, you stay for prolonged periods in a given area. It may be a year, it may be 2 years, it may be 3 years studying people. So also it brings us to the idea of how do you collect your data. You can have a case study of an individual, of an institution, of a building, of a statue, and so on. So it can be a case study, it's a bounded sort of phenomenon. You're just trying to understand it better using various techniques. It can also be grounded theory. Grounded theory is trying to generate theory from your data. So we will talk also about, when we talk about the theories and the conceptual frameworks, that with grounded theory, you're going, there's now these discussions and tensions anyway, to say that the positivists are trying to impose this idea of using the theoretical framework, because the positivists go with a theory. You start with a theory. Are we together, colleagues? Yeah, you start with a theory, and then you're going to test that theory. Are we together? You start with a theory and then test that theory. So we see, therefore, that if you look at it, samples tends to be large. How large is large? So these ones, typically, if you use Riosoft, even if you Google it, it's a technique. So we also see the types of samples that we can do are different. Here, the typical ones you'd see, therefore, if you look at, it's a quantitative component this side, and the qualitative. How we sample is also different. Here we can use simple random sample. It can be systematic. These are random samples now. This side there is no randomness. Are we together, colleagues? This side there is no, yes, students say, yes, I'll use some random techniques. I'll use purposive random. Purposive random. No, it's not. No, there is no random. So randomness is not here. So a simple random systematic. Systematic is like every 10th house. Every 10th systematic. Simple, you just put a head. I want to sample from you. I give you numbers and put in a head. So everyone has an equal chance of being part of this. So it can be stratified random sampling. Yes, I could stratify. I could also use cluster sampling. Cluster. See, these are the types. Here, this side, you can use that convenient sampling. You can use purposive sampling for a purpose. Purposive sampling. You can use, others would say even self-selection. Someone says, I want to be involved in your sampling. You can use that. You can use, some talk about judgmental anyway. It's different from all these other ones. And it's also possible. I can use quota sampling. You can use snowballing. There's another one called respondent-driven. Respondent-driven. These are used for what we call hard-to-reach populations. I've seen that it has been used a lot when you are doing studies on LGBTQI and so on. LGBTQ, yes. My colleagues use this respondent-driven. I was part of their study at the tail end of it. How it works is that you would ask them to distribute the instrument. So you'd give like 10 to one person, then you would give to their own. Because when we were having meetings, they say, obviously, we can't come to one place, and start doing a survey, obviously. So then this respondent-driven is good. Snowballing is also good. It's like they call it chain, like more like a chain in terms of the sampling. So one person would lead you to the others. And so on. It's like you talking about migrants, especially, let's say, the illegal migrants. You can get a few, and then they can tell you, or drug dealers, you can get one, or gangsters, but they can't all, or prostitutes, you can use snowballing, because obviously, all in these groups of people, they may think that you're coming from Home Affairs, you know, and you can start something for them with Home Affairs. So yes, so you have to use snowballing. You gain their confidence, talk to them, and so on, and then go into the field. Quota sampling is just saying, I want in this study, because it is about women, so I want 60% of the people must be women. So you define the quotas. People see, I'm doing a study in the municipalities, so I need to talk to municipal manager. So it's very purposive, because he's rich in terms of information I need. Convenience sampling says it all. Convenience in terms of access, I may say, let's do a study with you guys. I start distributing, or I start asking you, interviewing you, because you are here. Or if I want to look at a study that I'm looking at students, I could just go out there. Whoever comes, I just do. But there are limitations to this. You can't do your quantitative study, it's your own risk. Then that's where the rigor is. When you use these methods, we see the rigor. But if you use convenience in a quantitative study, just say, oh, I'll just ask the 200 students. I spoke to 200, but I use convenience. Therefore, people will have to read your study with caution. So that's the whole idea there, that yes, you have to think about how you use. There are many others anyway, maximum variation. You want variety, maximum variation, sampling. There are so many maximum. There is also criterion, based on a specific criterion, sampling. So there are many types of, some even talk about homogeneous sampling. You just take people, you know, or items with similar characteristics. So these types of samples are so many. Maximum variation, you want to bring different, you're believing that diversity will give you more in terms of inputs. So that's how these are the types of samples that one can use. So I have spoken about sample size, sample types. Now I can move to, what's the hour? It's almost lunchtime, right? We will carry on when I come back. Is that okay? Oh, I think we are all hungry now, right? Yes. So these are the things. Any questions so far? Just to clarify these issues, qualitative, quantitative. I'm so sorry I'm not writing so, but I can do better. I know I can write better. Just that, you know, yeah, I can write better. So, so any questions so far? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Prof. I think for me, it's one of those that's a bit of a mind boggler, and my supervisor said, go figure it out and reflect about it in terms of the methodology and methods. Because now I'm using the PAR, Participatory Action Research.
Correct.
So I'm not sure if it's a methodology or a method, because now I'm also using a case. So I'm focusing on this particular group, so it's bounded to this specific group as my research. It's always been a bit of a, if PAR, I'm using it as a method or methodology, as an overarching frame for my study, or it's part of the methods. But then case study now, because I'm bounding it into this specific group, and I'm using various approaches, like your interviews, your workshops, your different
Those
things.
are the actual methods.
Yes, those are the actual methods now that I'm using. So it's between methodology, methods, and approach.
Yes.
That's always a bit of a mind boggler for
Exactly,
me.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to bring them over here. Yes, you will see those in various texts anyway. You will see, that's where I spoke about that these become my approaches. You see, that's where I say that, I think I wrote it somewhere where I said my quality are my approaches. Okay, I'll find it. I know I wrote it somewhere. The quality is the approaches. But I will still come back to those. Yes, you see, I say these are quantities, these are approaches. Mixed methods is an approach. Yeah. So yes, you will see, quite right, you may see also the other texts that tell you, for instance, okay, let me go for this one. In terms of designs, for quantitative, they're explanatory, isn't it? You see that as well, isn't it? And qualitative, they're exploratory. Isn't that so? Yes. So that's why also I mentioned to you that some you will see, they take phenomenology, well, also like is. So you may have to say, yes, my study. Also, all qualitative studies, they are descriptive, isn't it? You have seen that as well, right? Right? Yeah, it's a descriptive, because with this we are saying you are just describing things the way they are. You're just describing as they are, how things are, and then you are describing. So that's why it is a descriptive. But if there is something new that you are studying, that's where we talk about exploration. But don't say you are exploring, you know, like Vasco da Gama. I know Docs mentioned it earlier, that don't say you discover or you're discovering us here. You know, when it's not a discovery, because there was a student who said, no, I'm the first one to do this study in this area, and then the examiner sent him 20 such studies. You see, it's not nice. Be sure when you say there are no studies. Are we together? Because there are specialists who are going to be marking your work, and you are saying that there is no study done in this area. I'm the first one, groundbreaking, and so on. So yes, just be careful the claims that you make. And also, that's where you see, yes, you can have also where you can use descriptives, you know, when you do a descriptive quantitative study, where you're just doing, you look at your mean, median, mode, you know, standard deviations, look at ketosis, skewness, and all those things. So you can do, yes, a descriptive quantitative. But then also with you, because it's PhD now, you can't limit your study to descriptives. Descriptives are just the basic. They are just the entry point. But also I've seen some students are saying that my study is mixed methods because they did some calculations of how many in terms of gender, the demographics. Demographics don't make your study quantitative. Yeah, demographics, they don't. You know, unless you use them to say, like we were trying to do that, where we were using correlation and regression and saying is age a factor or not, you know, age and so on and so forth, or is your income, or is your qualifications, is it a factor in terms of, you know, a certain phenomenon? So yes, so just calculation of how many were male, how many were female is not enough, especially at the PhD level. Yes, your question. Yes, Aubrey, you want to say something? You want to add? You want to subtract? You can subtract also. You can subtract. Yeah. Exactly. You can be critical. Sure. Okay. All right. So there you are. So it depends what you're planning to do with the type of work you are doing. So either you choose you are going to be quanti-quali, but these are the issues that you must think about. We shall also talk about the issues to do with it's a good question that you're asking. So yes, some would say, yes, mine is, you know, you could take, but don't put yourself in a corner, just try to be as simple as possible. Are we together? Yeah, don't put yourself, because I see students now, they try to put everything, it's a survey, employing action, research, participatory, many things in there. No, just think of what's the dominant thrust of your study. Yeah. Also, that's where we say that even for your study, you must be able, when it's mixed method, you must say which one is greater. Is it the quali or the quanti? You must tell us yourself. Then we know, is it the quanti or the quali? Yes. Which is greater of that? Then you can then define, and therefore that also will tell us whether is it really explanatory or exploratory. Because yes, it can be mixed method, but then we are now mixing the methods, but you have to tell us which one is more prominent, or is it a smaller part of it? But we shall also look at this when we come back after lunch anyway. But it's a very good question. Any more? Yes.
Prof, just when you're speaking about mixed methods, I wanted to get your just thoughts on triangulation. Is it only applicable when looking at mixed methods?
No.
Okay.
Okay, good question. I will talk also about triangulation, because what we talk about triangulation, there are various things that you can triangulate. You can triangulate, let me see, the things that you can triangulate. Let me just give you an example. It's a good question. You can triangulate. You can triangulate your data. You can triangulate the researchers. You can triangulate your theories. You can triangulate your methods, methodology, methods. Let me say methods. So these are things that can be triangulated, right? You can triangulate the theories. using different theories, data, wayframe, these focus groups and interviews, you're bringing them all together. Because as you report, you'll be saying, yeah, like your data sources. So this, like when we do, I shall talk a little bit more about that, because you are saying this came from a focus group discussion. This was an interview one-on-one. That's the way we're talking about this triangulation. You're bringing from focus group. You say, this person was saying this in a face-to-face, one-on-one interview. But this was refuted in the focus group, where people were saying, no, our king is number one. Yeah? Our king is number one. But the others, obviously, they are always, we know the dynamics in a focus group. You must understand also. That's where, typically, when you talk about your limitations must more talk about things like this, your methodology. It's not only about money. I know our students always write, no, I didn't have funding, so I couldn't do more, is one of the limitations. Yes, it is true, but your limitations must look at your methods, your own bias, your focus groups, the problems with focus groups, the interviews, and so on and so forth, because they've got advantages and also they've got limitations. So that's what you'll be looking at in terms of your sample size also could be a limitation. When you took a smaller than you thought in terms of your quantitative study, it's a limitation, sample size, and also how you sample. For instance, in a quantitative study, if I use convenience sampling, it's a limitation, isn't it? Because we have to interpret your results with a pinch of salt. Is that it? Yes, with some reservation, with caution, because it can, and so on and so forth. And obviously, if your sample is small also, you can't generalize if it's too small, like we were talking in a quantitative study. So those are the things that you can triangulate, obviously. But I shall look at, when we come back, I know you're all hungry, we're going to look at the issues of induction and deduction. We look at deduction and induction, and we shall also look at the mixed methods. And then after that, we will have those open sessions and questions that you may have, just to clarify some issues. But I just want to remember that we're going to look at the various logics or the reasoning. When I talk reasoning, I'm going to talk about issues of deduction and induction and abduction. That's what we're going to talk when we come back. Is that okay, colleagues? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for now. Okay. Yeah. You saw that I was waiting for that. I didn't move. Colleagues, good afternoon, colleagues. We're just going to continue with what we were doing for the next 15, 20 minutes, and then we're going to start your presentations, right? We're just going to finish this part, this presentation, this overview, and then we're going to look at your presentations. I know they may take us some time, so we want to stick to our time. Okay, I'm going to just carry on with my presentation. Here, I'll just recap very quickly in 5 minutes. There we spoke about the research problem. So if you look at it, I just want to go back to it anyway. If you look at your research problem, it must give us, talk about the issues of your topic. It must give us also your objectives and research questions. Objectives and research questions must be grounded in that research problem, in principle, you know? So they must come from the research problem, must come from there. Also, you will think about your theory. Think about what theory I'm going to use, because when you look at your theory, it depends what you're looking at. Yes. Yes? Oh, yes, she wants the mic. Yeah. There's another one somewhere I can give to you. Oh, there she is.
So, Prof, I just want to ask, on the session of your research problem, do you think maybe doing like a scoping review of the, let's say you have an idea of what, like we were talking about unemployment. So if you do like a scoping or systematic, let me say scoping review, just to look at the gaps.
Yes.
Do you think also that will be beneficial before?
Yeah, I would think so, because you see, although people say that it's systematic in scoping reviews, you're looking at a specific topic for a period of time to say, I want to look at all the studies that were done in a given area, you know, on a given topic. So I want to see all of those, and then or using, obviously, how you filter, either using your keywords and so on. So there's some ways of doing those scoping in systematic literature reviews, yes. You know, starting from those various databases, because you're looking at all databases that are relevant to you. So looking at all of those, and then tell us how you're filtering, you know, or choosing the journals that you're going to be finally in your analysis. Because there you will start perhaps even using those keywords, you start looking at then the abstract. After the abstract, you look at the content and whether it's relevant to you and the methodology. So those are those screening mechanisms that you have to define. For instance, you may say, I'm looking at qualitative studies, or you may be interested in quantitative studies, and so on. So that's how you'll filter. I said, this one, we threw it away. This one was done. Maybe you're looking at a region, particularly looking at Africa, so you throw away all others, and so on. So you'll be telling us in detail. So yes, it's very important. A systematic one, yes, obviously, if those who are interested in it, we can also do some work on it and explain how those work, the systematic and so on work. So if you look at it, good question. If you look at your theory linked to the, if I'm looking at issues of land, for instance, one of my theories could potentially be something to do with nationalism. Son of the soil, daughter of the soil, and so on, isn't it? It's nationalism. But I can also look at it a rights-based approach. So I will say maybe that one looks at nationalism, but I may want you to look at a rights-based approach. You know, it's a right to this and right to land, or right to, and so on and so forth. So that's how you look at your theories. You must see how they complement each other. Because you may say, okay, I may want something, because this is about women, but I'm looking at land, but I want to see the position of women. So I may look at another feminist one. Is that it? To say, no, maybe this don't cover me. Nationalism is too broad, perhaps, but I want another one. So that's how you choose your theories, you know, so that they help you guide your study. So in a way, it also helps us in terms of your research, also must link also to your literature, what literature you're going to review. Also, it will lead also from your literature, your methodology, because depending on the problem, I must look at the things that, the methods that are appropriate to address that problem. So in a way, you're looking at your methods, and also comes to from there, even your findings must be also talk to. They must talk to so that's how, in terms of crafting your objectives and research questions, it must we must see also the difference that if your study is qualitative, we must see the type of questions that you're going to ask, the objectives, the type of questions you ask. Obviously, if you look at some verbs that one could use, obviously, that could be useful, because in a quantitative study, you must, that's where I wanted to talk about the issues of induction, deduction, and so on. Deduction, you're starting with a theory, and also you're starting with some hypothesis. So you have to hypothesize. That's why we must see, if it's mixed methods, we must see your objectives and questions, having some quantitative component to it and some qualitative, because you must have both. Maybe 3 questions will be, if it's mixed method, three objectives will be quantity and 3 will be qualitative. So that must be seen in there. But you can't have all your questions saying explore and understand, and then you say your study is quantitative. Is that right? Say, I want to explore, I want to understand. You know, it tells me it's a qualitative one. You know, but if you talk about the determinants of a certain phenomenon, then we can see that yes, you are going the quantity route, but you must also have the objectives, and then those objectives, you look at them. So if you look at it anyway, some of your objectives, because this is now PhD, you can see that this is your literature, your theories, these are all perhaps chapters, methodology chapter, and some of your objectives, because this is PhD, each objective could be a chapter. Are we together? Each objective could be a chapter. Because I see most of our students, they always want to think it's going to be five chapters, you know, the introduction, literature review, methodology, findings and conclusion and recommendations. So no, it may be more than that. Each objective could be a chapter. This is now PhD. And also here we look at your recommendations, must also be addressing this research problem. So that's how it is. And if you look at it, your findings inform your conclusions, and your conclusions also inform your recommendations. That's how it is. So your key findings will lead to your conclusions, and conclusions lead to your recommendations in principle. That's how it is. So that's we looked at, and how you identify your gap, and thus we are good. And here, quantiqual, we looked at issues of depth and breadth in terms of numbers, and how knowledge accumulates, and also we looked at theories. Time may not be permitting, but because we still have more days, we can still talk about the issues of conceptual and theoretical frameworks and the differences between them, and how we can. So I want to now just, here also we spoke about, here we need to generalize. That side there's no need to generalize, because here, because we want, the numbers are huge. I'll just talk now very quickly and briefly. Here, if you look at it, that's where I didn't put them, because there are those who are in the natural sciences, perhaps they do the experiments. It's one of those, the designs, the experiments, and quasi experiments. So that's the types of designs they typically see in quantitative studies. But those who do experiments, in quasi. Exact. So that's how things are on that side. And I'll just talk now about data collection, and then we leave it at the triangulation. We saw what can be triangulated, and we shall talk about deduction, induction, and abduction. Abduction applies when you are using pragmatism as in a mixed method study, when you're using mixed methods. So here now I just want to talk about data collection. Here, if I look at data collection, okay. Just that time we don't have, because the presentations, I know they'll take time. Quanti and quali. If you look at it now, in terms of data collection, sorry about this, I don't want, I'll put it here like this, because I want to write there. This could be my whatever item, the things that are coming. So here, usually we use your questionnaire. You collect your data using a questionnaire. There you have to explain whether it's self-administered or administered by the researcher. Self-administered. Here, what type of things do we use for qualitative? Interview, right? We use our interviews, focus group. Here we use observation. These are the key. Because I see some students, sometimes they write that I'll use a questionnaire to do the interviews. Interview guide, isn't it? Focus group guide. observation list or whatever the case might be. Are we together? Questionnaire, we use it here. Self-administered. But here also you must explain what type of interview is that. Is it a structured interviews with reason, unstructured, or semi-structured, semi-structured? You must explain what it is, right? And so on. So these are the types of these are the techniques we use. The focus group discussions, you must also explain the size of the focus group, some say between 6 and 12, and also explain who's in that focus group. You need to explain because we don't know what you want to do, but you have to tell us that I'm going to do interviews. These are face-to-face, semi-structured, and why you're doing them. And also we need to know how many of each from each group, and so on. So we need all that information. Your focus group, how many were involved? Were these just men only, females only, children, or whatever the case might be? And tell us why you are doing whatever you are doing, because we don't know, but you have to tell us. Observation, I see some students, yes, they are doing a study on tourism, but they are not observing. Yeah, you must observe, isn't it? Yeah, we want you to be observed, but you must tell us also what you will be observing. The two types of observations that you could do, participant and non-participant, isn't it? Non-participant observation. But you must tell us, non-participant, you are part of it. In those ethnographic studies, you are part of the whatever they are doing, participant observation and non-participant. We will also just look very quickly at data analysis and then we are done. I'll just very quickly look at data analysis. So the type of analysis, so when you are doing a mixed method, you are going to combine all these in that study. All these techniques. You use a questionnaire for the survey, you do your interviews, your focus groups, and so on and so forth. So that's what you're going to do. But your analysis are different. Here you could start with your descriptives, those mean, median, mode, standard deviations, and so on. You can do various types of analysis. You can go and read about them. Manova, Mankova. You can go and read about them. Regression. Here I would write is correlation and regression. We could also, there are various types of regressions anyway. I could do regression types. You can look at 2-bit, pro-bit, and so on and so forth. Logistic, and so on. Various types, and then you can do factor analysis. That's what you can do, the types of analysis. You can do also, it's called principal component analysis. You can do logistic and also structural equation modeling. It combines quite a number of these other ones, like factor analysis, you find it in there, and so on, structural equation modeling. This side, the types of analysis, the simplest that people will typically use is thematic. You can use content analysis. You can do text analysis. There's some who do analysis of text, narrative, thematic, content, text, narrative, which are the types of that I typically see. These are the types of analysis. You can do also discourse. Yes. So you must choose, depending on what topic you are looking at. Discourse also looks at, if you look at thematic analysis, like I mentioned, you are creating those codes. Remember when I was in NVivo, you come from the codes, codes, and then you can move from codes to categories. That's what you'll be telling us. I moved to a category, right? You move to a category. You know, it's rather, what I'm saying is a combination of codes gives us some category. And also a combination of these categories will give you a theme. That's how you move from, you know, with this. So in a way, the first process is what they call data reduction. You start by just taking, what I was doing that day is called data reduction. You just saying this, I need to, this chunk of text, it will help me explain or address my research questions. So you are just taking all of them. But the next step then, it is linked to a process called open coding. That is what we call open coding anyway. That is what is called open coding. But the next step would be concept development, especially those who are doing grounded theory. Concept development. Here you are now linking some concepts together, and the next phase obviously will be theory development. You can read Laser and Strauss where they talk about this in terms of grounded theory, but it's very important concepts even when you are doing your data analysis. Very important, you know, data reduction, concept development, and theory development. So there, you're looking at, this is usually linked to what is called axial coding. Axial. And this is selective coding. Here we are now developing theory. We are developing, in a process of developing theories from that ground up. So that's thematic. And content analysis, like I said yesterday or the other day, it's got to do with counting. We want to know how many did the president, the more, let's say, the president spoke about an issue, the more we would assume he puts weight into that aspect. So that's the idea of content analysis. You want to see the frequency of words. We saw it in that word cloud. So these are the things that people are talking about a lot. If, for instance, people are talking a lot about unemployment, so that's an issue among people. So that's how you look at those frequencies of words. So this one, content analysis, is that aspect of counting the percentages and so on. Text, here you are checking chunks of text and reading them, you know, see how words were spoken, in how they were spoken, and so on and so forth. Narrative is more about people talking about some history, their own life histories, for instance. You see it in narrative, you know, people talking about their own histories. The discourse has to do with, now depending what your study is all about, discourse has to do with issues of power. Discourse, it has to do with issues of emancipation. It's about action. Yes. What discourse says, though, is that language is not neutral. Are we together, colleagues, right? Isn't it? Language is not neutral in the sense that I can use language, for instance, to praise. I can use language also to demonize, isn't it? Yeah, I can use it. So language is not neutral. So that's what discourse is all about. So you're trying to check in text. The way I talk to my father is not the way I talk to my own daughter, isn't it? Because I have to know the boundaries, isn't it? So now I'm talking to my father, but now I'm talking, and the way you talk to your friends, isn't it? It's different from when you're talking to your father. Let's say your father says, please give me some money. You don't just say, awena. I don't have, it's not yet payday. You don't say that, isn't it? You don't say that. So that's the whole thing that I'm saying, is that discourse, what we say and the things that we say have meaning. So that's what you'll be trying to do in discourse analysis. But when you look at, sometimes our students, they put a lot of all these. My study is going to be thematic, narrative, is going to be discourse, it's going to be everything. Just choose, be careful, just the one that you think will help you with your cause. Thematic, you'll be very safe, but unless you're talking about issues of power and power differentials, you know, looking at these things to do with patriarchy and what people are saying, and because your interest is how people are saying the things that they are saying. How was it said, what was said, and so on and so forth. So these are the things that you need to think about. So thematic, content, yeah, they are different. So if you are not doing all these, then your study is not quantitative. You can do this, yes, your study is qualitative. You can combine them, yes, you do. So your sampling for this part is different from the sampling for that part. But you're going to put them all together. You're going to put everything together, do that synthesis, you know, to how do you put them together. In fact, that's what they call data convergence. But you have to tell us also how you did your study, in the sense that, was it a parallel process? Then you come to that convergence. It can be parallel, you know, or it can be sequential in terms of how you did the mixed method. It can be sequential, one after the other. I can start with the quanti and then do the quali, but I put together all the two studies, you know, because there's one study. Or I can start with the quali for some reason and do the quanti and then come up with my results as well there. You know, it can also happen because if I start with my quanti, I've known the numbers, how many, who's poor, and so on and so forth. But I don't know why the people are poor. So I have to do a qualitative one, you know. So that's the sequence. Then it comes followed by a quali. Then I can do a quali. I don't know a certain thing, but I need to go to the community and ask them. When I was doing my own study anyway on poverty in Zimbabwe, I asked the people I didn't know. I was looking at assets, poverty assets, and so on. So I didn't know. I went with some few assets that I had, a list of about 10, 15. But when I was in the community now, they were telling me the assets they need. They ended up being a longer list of assets. I was using a method called consensual, meaning that I wanted to have consensus on what they think is important for them as assets. So I started with a quali, then I went to a quanti. Say how many? That's how I sequenced it. So if you know already certain things about that community and the problem, you could go for quanti, the numbers. But the numbers may tell you, yes, it's 40% are poor, but you don't know why they are poor. You go with a quali. So that's how you would sequence them, and so on. So yes, in a nutshell, colleagues, that's where I wanted to present. If you have questions, you can ask. After this, we're going to have your presentations. I know they're going to take a long time, but that's, in a nutshell, the things that you need to take into consideration when doing your studies. Thank you. Thank you. Questions, colleagues? Don't feel bad about anything. There are no wrong right answers, or rather, there are no wrong answers, you know, or wrong, you know, questions. All are legitimate. Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you, Prof, for the eloquent presentation. It was clear, straight to the point. But my question is on when we are looking at data analysis, on that aspect on data analysis, when you spoke of codes. After working on the data reduction, you mentioned that you can then develop concept development.
Yes.
And theory development. Does that mean that during this process of putting up those three, you are also justifying your model in that same aspect, or you justify your model in the first chapter when we do justification of the study?
Okay, the way I'm going to answer it is that for everything that you do, there must be justification. You know, you must justify why you chose a questionnaire. For instance, justify why you're using interviews, semi-structured instead of unstructured or structured. So in a way, I've seen most of our students, I've marked quite a lot anyway for our students. Maybe I've marked more than 60 masters and 40 PhDs, so making it 100 as well. So now I've stopped counting when I reached 100. Also, when I wrote my journal articles, same thing. And also in terms of supervision, they reached 100, so I've stopped counting. So as someone who's nearing retirement, you can understand. So nearing retirement. So yes, for everything you do, because the thing is, we don't know what your plans are. It's all in your mind, but you have to articulate, explain to us. I've seen some of our students, there are things that they tend not to, everything you must justify. Why did I use interview? Why focus group? How are they constituted? Because we don't know. Why are you observing? What is it that you're observing? Why are you using thematic instead of all these other ones? But it's also not a lecture on methodology, because I've seen our students, they say, oh, they write, there is questionnaires, there is this, that, there is all this. Then you find one last line saying, my study is thematic, I'm using thematic analysis. But after all these 4 pages of telling us what, yeah, you know, no, it's not on. Tell us, we want to know what is it that you are doing. What's your studies? I'm going to do interviews. I'll tell you, I had one student, she wrote a very nice PhD, and you could see her steps. Even from the beginning, we must see your argument, your thesis. First 2-3 pages. What's your argument? Because you're going to write it after, no, you remember, I just remembered that when it's discourse, the language I use, I said, I'm going to, because I have to remain formal. So the way she wrote it from the very beginning. You could see her argument. She was writing about energy poverty. The way she was writing says, yes, my study is about this. There are certain things, also in terms of methods. She says, I don't want to do a quantitative study. because I want to know those lived experiences, isn't it? Quantity won't help, isn't it? I want those lived experiences. So you can see the choices she was making. Say, okay, my theory, I want this theory, I want feminists because this problem is affecting women. They were being arrested in Zimbabwe. You know, when you cut a tree, you are fined, isn't it? In Zimbabwe, they fine you, you cut a tree. So you are saying, I'm trying to put food on the table, trying to get, you know, and now even here, like people always complain about that, they've got these pylons, electricity, but they pass through your house and you don't have electricity. We see it even here, there's all those cases. She was saying, no, this is the theories I'm going to use. These are the methods I'm going to use. She was just saying, I don't want this because I want this for these reasons. So everything you must justify. I'm going to analyze my data. I'm going to use, obviously, yes, there I would have used for data analysis. You must say I use SPSS. There I use NVivo. Because we don't want a situation where students say, yes, I'm going to be using SPSS for my data analysis when it's a qualitative study, right? It's not correct. We know SPSS has limitations in terms of crunching, rather doing this type of analysis. So that's why she was justifying everything she was doing. So I don't want this theory, or I'm choosing this theory, and I'm choosing this second one because there are these issues I want to deal with. I'm choosing this method, interviews. I did some focus group, and there were so many women and so on and so forth. I had also, if you wanted to check the views of men, say, okay, I did another separate one. Or if you want to see whether there is agreement between men and females, you could ask them also questions, especially in my study. I wanted to know the value of assets, because an asset, a home, is different idea, different conceptions between a male and a female in terms of a home. A home means a lot to a woman, maybe a man may not be the case. So that's why I put them in different groups, focus group. They talked about what's a home or an asset. Home is an asset. This one, homes also is an asset. I know we had a student who wrote about those issues with Prof. Mieni. One of our students wrote about assets, housing for, So then I put them together also still, because I wanted to see whether there is any convergence in terms of their thinking about a home, what a home is. So, but you always tell us all those steps. I take this. That's where you are guiding us, the way you are going, moving from step to step, until she reached the analysis and discussions. You could see, even before I finished that dissertation, I'd made up my mind already. So this, I said this one, this is number one. You see? So you can already tell. But when the others, now when you are mixing these things, then it becomes problematic. But even when I went to also you see, that's also linked to another effect, that important thing that Sia mentioned to me. It's linked to the issue of positionality. Positionality is very important, and reflexivity. These are very important concepts, reflexivity. I've seen it. Why it's important? You need to talk, especially when you're working in an area. We had some students working in the Department of Social Development, for instance. You need to tell us who you are, your positionality, if you're working in a department. Because quite often what happens is that such students, when we talk about positionality, says, yes, I am a male, age, and so on. So that when people are reading your stuff, they will understand who's writing about that. So that's the importance of positionality. Because I've seen quite often that students make recommendations that are not coming from the study, because they already know. You see, when you are working in a department, I may start already recommending, say, I work here at UKZN, because I'm at UKZN. I know the problems already. But some of these things were not coming from my findings, but I start recommending that, this must happen, this must happen. Even some of them, even in the literature review, or even in the introduction, they already start recommending. You see the danger there, because they already know. They know certain things. You say, government must do this, government must do that. Government already, before they are studied, but they are already recommending, which is not correct. Okay, I'm done now, colleagues. We need to do our presentations. Any questions? Questions, colleagues?
Sorry, Prof.
Yes?
It may not be a question for me, Prof, but I just think there are one or two things that I want to remind students about. There's something that Dr. Mpidi said in the morning. He talks about pitching. He spoke about pitching, but from a business sense. But now, when it comes to research, now you'll find that there's always a question: what is it that you are doing? What your study is all about? Can you summarize that in 2 sentences? Those are some of the questions that you'll always find. So what I'm trying to say is that whatever that they are working on, they must always try to make sure that they are very clear and they try to summarize that as possible as they can. The second point, Prof, that it's just an addition to what you have already indicated here. When you're talking about the research problem, you'll find that a research problem can easily be identified, more particularly if you do what I may term the mapping of gaps, because there are different gaps here. And some of these gaps may be caused by contradictions which are taking place within the literature itself, and some inconsistencies which may also be taking place in the literature, together with controversies also, which are also there, let alone the conflict that you'll always find in the literature itself. So you'll find that problems are coming from that. Then the question, what causes this contradiction and controversies and conflicts? You'll find that the theories that are being used, they are causing part of these things then. The population that has been studied are causing part of this. The analysis that are also done are also causing all these things. And together with some of the implications, obvious, you cannot leave some of those things, but also the gaps in perspective. At which perspective are you looking at that particular study then? I think with that summary, then I think there is a recent work by Kumar in terms of what we call the journey through research gap, of which I think they can also be able to benefit from it. As the journey through research gaps, it gives you a whole idea and a whole picture in terms of how to identify the research gap. I think once you are able to work on that, you can easily be able to pitch, as Dr. said in the morning, because that part is very important. You find that this person is at a PhD level, maybe is writing up, or have already finished writing up, but you can't be able to give either in 2 lines what your study is all about, because obviously it's all about the argument. What's the thesis that you are driving in your work? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof.
Questions?
Would we have loved you to talk about mixed research? When do you decide? Yeah, if you mind, on Sunday, just 10 minutes.
I will still do that. Yes, I will still cover that. Yeah, I do understand. I know with presentations, we have 6, and we must finish with what time?
I don't know.
No, by 4 o'clock I'll be going, colleagues. Thank you so much.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you so much. So yes, let's have the presentations, colleagues. For now, we will still discuss. Everything is open. We are here together, and we will be together until we finish. Thank you, colleagues.
Where is your list? Can I have your list? Okay, colleagues, let's try to move very quickly Okay, I will just mention in terms of how the process will unfold. We do try to take some questions anyway, but some of the other questions, I'm sure that because we are still together, we can always have some of these questions. The first presenter for today will be, first one is Melissa Sibanda. The second one, Mfana Futi Mazibugo. Third one, Mobile Demande. The third one, Tabiseng Lamin. Fourth one, Tabiseng Lamin. Paula Mbalani. And then the last one will be Kwanele Dladla. So we'll just try to follow that order then, so that we're not going to give you more. 10 minutes will do. Thank you.
Just an announcement for the students that are going to come up. There's a folder that I opened here on the desktop. It's called Presentations. Please just go into that folder and look for your presentations. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Greetings to the House at large. My name is Melissa Sibanda. My proposed title for my PhD is Examining the Gender-Specific Effects of Energy Policies and Housing Regulations, an analysis of the role of energy assistance programs and housing subsidies in intensifying gendered energy poverty. My supervisor is Professor S.L. Mieni. So it has. All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, so my background is, so it has been over a decade since South Africa earned its independence. There is still high levels of inefficiency in resource provision. Here we have existing literature where Fatima 2022 describes urbanization as a dynamic procedure of shifting the rural population to urban primacy. We do acknowledge the government's service delivery and development post-independence. However, inevitable factors such as urbanization have perpetuated the lack of basic resources such as energy to the poorest population. Due to South Africa's industrialized economy, there is a steady urbanization rate of about 1.2% per annum, which is reported, which threatens the service delivery as government struggles to keep up with the continuous growth and demand. So this says that as South Africa is the largest industrialized economy in Africa, there is a lot of urbanization and migration of people moving into South Africa and causing a threat to service delivery. The problems to be resolved by this study, access to affordable energy options is essential for improving the livelihoods of individuals. A key problem is providing modern energy services to combat poverty and foster development. It has been said that sub-Saharan Africa is the region with the lowest energy access rate in the world, with only half of the population having access to modern forms of energy. Despite the progress that South Africa has made with the number of energy interventions, this includes the free basic electricity, which we say refer to as FBE. There's the free basic alternative energy, which is FBAF, and the Integrated National Electrification Program, which we refer to as INEP. Despite those energy interventions, there is still a marginalized group, particularly women, who do not have access to this energy or the modern energy services. A remarkable progress has been made through the INEP for over 6.7 million households between 1994 to March 2026. However, in eThekwini municipality, more people, approximately 3,700 and that number, households, remain with no electricity in eThekwini municipality. This is according to the IDP 2023-2024. It goes on to say, in eThekwini municipality, it will take 27 to 47 years to address the electricity backlog, whereas urbanization trends indicate that the backlog will increase with a significant number before they reach the timeline provided to address the current backlog. This means that more people will have issues with access to energy. So I have, as you can see, I have 3 studies that I looked into energy in South Africa. There is the one in 2023, which looked into energy through an administrative perspective. There is one in 2013, which looked into energy, particularly solar energy in peri-urban areas of Inanda, South Africa, through an environmental science discipline. And the last one is the one that looked into renewable energy strategies through a town and regional planning discipline. This indicates that there are there's a gap in studies that look into energy through the housing lens, the housing discipline lens. The rationale of the study: while the government has the INEP, which I indicated before, which has quite a significant, have produced quite a significant electrification for houses, affordability remains a challenge for poor households that struggle to bear the cost of electricity. The government adopted, as I've already stated, some energy programs such as FBE, which provides free basic units of electricity for the poorer households. However, such programs require that the houses need to already have a meter, and that needs money. So if they do not have money, they are the poorer society. That is a challenge, so they cannot be recipients of FBE. Thus, the research will contribute to the broader discourse on energy poverty and gender equality by elucidating the intersecting factors that shape women's experience of energy poverty, including socioeconomic status, access to resources, and cultural dynamics. By examining these dynamics through a gender lens, the study intends to provide insights into the complexities of energy poverty and inform more targeted interventions and policies. The study is also going to assist in contributing to attaining the following SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, which is Goal 5, which speaks on gender equality, Goal 7, which speaks on affordable and clean energy, as well as Goal 11, that speaks on sustainable cities and communities. The aim of the study is to examine gendered impacts of South African energy policies and housing regulations, and further analyze the effects of these energy assistance programs and housing subsidies on exacerbating gender energy poverty. I have 4 objectives. The first one is to examine the extent and nature of energy poverty within eThekwini municipality, to investigate gender-specific barriers hindering women adequate access and utilization of energy in eThekwini municipality, to identify existing policies and initiatives aimed at addressing energy poverty and gender disparities within the municipality. And lastly, to propose recommendations for policy interventions and initiatives to mitigate energy poverty and promote gender equality in energy access and utilization. The questions are taken from the objectives, which I've just stated. Then the theoretical framework. My first theoretical framework will be governmentality, which is a theory that was constructed by Michael Foucault in the 1970s. This theory integrates the concept of government and rationality. The term government in this context refers to the conduct of the state, which aims to shape, guide, and influence citizens' behavior. Government extends beyond mere administration actions to include individual self-governance. Here, the desire to self-regulate becomes a significant motivating factor. Government as the conduct of conducts necessitating actions from stakeholders. Here, we'll be looking at households and service providers of energy. The use of governmentality is to analyze practices, policies, programs aimed to shape and govern citizens. For the purpose of the study, this theory will be used as a lens to look into the energy programs and the housing subsidies. My second theory will be GAD framework, which is known as the Gender and the Development Approach. This is a global, recognized development perspectives, which acknowledges that development affects people differently. For this context, it affects males and females differently. Women's roles are important and should be maximized. Women and men should be assisted in attaining their full potentials. This theory advocates, or framework advocates, that planning deliberately address the unique needs and situations of women. For this study, this framework will assist in will make use, you'll see in the research methodology, will make use of males and females, as the principles of GAD indicates that you need both genders to change gender relations. This is the brief literature review. Firstly, you will see that it gives a definition of what we mean by modern energy and the need for energy. So there is a document that was published in 2023, which states that affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy services are essential for modern life, influencing economic development, social well-being, and sustainability. So in my theoretical frame, in my literature review, I also give a definition of what I mean by energy poverty. According to World Economic Forum 2015, energy poverty is defined as the lack of access to sustainable modern energy services and products, whereas a publication made in 2010 indicates that energy usage of households below the established expenditure or income poverty line. And then in my literature review, I also look at energy poverty in a global scale, and there's a few publications, the first one being the one that first linked poverty and environmental issues, warning about finite fossil fuel reserves and advocate for renewable energy strategies. Then we have yet another global publication that was made in 1996, and another one that was made in 1999. I'm trying to be a bit quick. Then I narrowed down to energy in South Africa. Then we have 3 publications, as I had indicated in my problem statement, that there's 3 publications, one from 2005, which examined household energy efficiency among high-income earners in South Africa, revealing that poor households allocate a larger share of their income to energy expenses. My research methodology, I will be adopting an explanatory sequential design, which is a type of a mixed method approach. My subjects, I will start with my quantitative phase. which will be, my subjects will be the households, where a random sample of households, with one being urban and the other being a peri-urban ward within a eThekwini municipality. The participants, as I had already indicated in my theoretical framework, the GAD will be both males and female-headed households. The sample size will be 200 to ensure a statistical significance. Then the second phase will be the qualitative phase, where the participants will be female-headed households and a sample of 30 from each ward, which is the one urban and the one peri-urban ward in eThekwini, and in-depth interviews will be conducted. The procedure will be in the quantitative phase, which is the first phase. There will be a survey administration, and those questions from the survey will be on energy consumption, access to energy assistance programs, housing subsidies, and gender-specific impacts. Data collection variables will be energy expenditure, energy access, housing conditions, demographic information, and programs participation. By program participation, I'm referring to the energy programs, which is FPE that I was referring to. And then my data analysis methods will be descriptive data. I'll use chi-square tests for categorical data, t-tests for comparing means, and regression analysis to identify predators of energy poverty. The instrument that will be used, or the software that will be used, will be SPSS. The procedure for the qualitative will be in-depth interviews that will be semi-structured with female-headed households, and each interview will take about 30 minutes. My data analysis tool will be in vivo using the software thematic analysis. Thank you. Okay, I am taking any questions at this point.
Oh, I thought you wanted mine.
Someone was like,
Oh, okay. After
Any
running so much.
questions?
All right, thank you so much for the lovely presentation. If you go back to the slide, the objective, I think the objective. All right, so beside your proposal for just making recommendation, what else are you actually proposing? I mean, we see people in this level. This is a doctoral study, no? They come with maybe framework, a theoretical framework or framework. So I'm just asking because maybe your examiner, my external examiner, might ask the same. You know. So what else are you just giving us a list of recommendations or proposing something, a model or framework? Lastly, there's a slide on a literature review. I saw that the first two sources are very dated. And by the time you complete your study, they'll be very dated. And I'm just wondering if are they the only sources that, the previous slide.
This one.
No, the previous one. Yeah, those 1987, 1996. Unless if they underpin the study, then I will understand. But yeah, it's just a question. I think let me stop. But lovely presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will start with this one because we're here already. So here I'm giving a global scale. My intention was to start from where it started. So in the proposal, there's also a part on the history of energy in South Africa. So my approach is trickling down from the top to the bottom. So the first one is actually the first to link poverty and environmental issues and warn about the finite fossil reserves. And then the second one is like the UN one, which came after that one, 1996. So it's like a trickle down of years. And then the objectives, my intention at this point is contributing to policy development. Housing policy development. Hence, I highlighted that there is a gap on energy poverty being linked to the housing discipline. It's mostly on the environmental because of climate change, but nothing is said about housing. Any other question?
I think from my side, it's just to, when you, in your literature review, the manner in which you were able to categorize it, for me, I found it very interesting, and I would like to commend you for the great work that you did there, because you were able to show from the different fields of studies the kind of data that's available, but also then you were able to identify your gap there, which is what Prof was talking about. So in a very practical sense, one got to also see how that plays out. So thank you so much for that, and I commend you.
Thank you.
Thank you for such a beautiful presentation. My question is on your study sites. Since you're looking at the eThekwini municipality, you said you're going to look at, is it peri-urban?
One peri-urban ward and one urban ward.
Have you identified those?
No, I haven't.
Because I wanted to ask, like, how were you gonna, what like characteristics were you gonna look at? Oh, you haven't.
Okay, I haven't picked my study area exactly. So my thought line is on that. The most people that are poor are blacks. And you find blacks in the peri-urban because of the town planning from the upper bed. So I want to look at the peri-urban and then the urban as well. Okay. And it will also bring in the issue of income, because we're saying the poorer you are, the less income you have, the more you spend that income on energy, just energy. So the urban people are said to be maybe better in terms of income. So looking at those two, it will bring in that argument more clearly.
Okay. And your sample size, the 200, it's still also... Okay, thank you.
Very interesting topic. I think because you're focusing on, if you talk of energy poverty, is various disciplines. And currently, the discipline which sort of research more on energy poverty is discipline of ecological economics. So I think it will be important, just as you in the poverty studies, to make distinctions between energy poverty from the supply side point of view and the sort of and the demand side. So in poverty studies, you'll have your poverty from the supply, like your incomes, and then you also have poverty from the consumptive or consumption or the demand side. And then, and I'll also suggest, because you're focusing on governmentality, and it will be important to map all the stakeholders. Where does the problem, from the global level to South Africa, who are the stakeholders involved in energy, and then what are their interests? So you have various groups or stakeholders, and then what are their interests? And then you can bring in the issues of discourse, because it's governmentality and the power, who has power to make the decision making, and how that's influence or impact on the energy consumption or energy supply from the national to the local level. So if you look at the energy landscape in South Africa, so there are various interest groups from the government, private sectors, municipalities, and other sectors. So it will be important to map the power relations to create that discourse. And also because you are you say it's going to be mixed method, or rather you're going to bring in the surveys and also the interviews. There are various surveys which you can adapt, which have been piloted and tested, rather than developing your own instrument, because it can bring in comparisons with sort of like international studies and other studies at the national level.
Thank you.
Last one. Okay. Thank you, Melissa, for such a beautiful presentation. I don't know if I heard you correctly, but if your analysis is also specifically based on the financial part in terms of energy poverty, please also take into consideration that you might go into the field and find that your study participants can tell you that, especially the ones in the poor end, they can tell you that they don't pay for electricity altogether. And yet they do have accessibility to it. So also take that into consideration, that someone can say, I don't have much of that impact because I don't really pay for electricity. There may be other means of accessibility to that electricity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening to everyone online and those who are attending physical with us. My name is Mfana Futhi Mazibugo, PhD candidate within the School of Social Science. I would like to start my presentation. My topic is social media and freedom of expression in Nongoma and Richmond, a case study of Black people's political participation on social media. My focus of the study is to analyze the freedom of expression experienced among different generations of Black people in the communities of Nongoma and Richmond. This stems from, with the violence now erupting only at the random and unconnected flashpoints such as Richmond, and in the Midlands and Nongoma in the north of the province, where it is primarily explained in terms of either a third force, faction, or fighting, or criminality, or other combination thereafter. This is referenced by Tyler. This is as of after the 1994 elections. So South Africa has, within that, South Africa has gained access to exercise the right of Constitutional Act of 1996. This act covers notably surrounding political participation and expression, which include freedom of expression, freedom of press and other media, freedom to receive and impart information on ideas, with the right on subsection 1, which does extend to not inciting propaganda or war, or not inciting imminent violence. Today, both South African law and the technological human advancements in communication worldwide has allowed the average person in the platform to freely express themselves and therefore opinions to the masses with little effect. Concentrating on social media's catalytic influence, which constantly challenging the status quo of political will and power of those in authority, freedom of expression is vital to our ability to convey opinions, beliefs, and convictions, and expressively participate in democracy. Sorry here, I'm seeing that you're seeing something different than mine. The aim of the study, the emphasis of the study is to try and analyze the freedom of expression experience among different generations, focusing on the phenomenon of political redefinition, consciousness, and identity influenced by the social media space in KwaZulu-Natal. I'll quickly jog onto my problem statement. The purpose of the study is to explore and observe how people respond and react to social media news, and that relates to political content. The research makes a distinctive aim by engaging Black people who are both use and do not use social media, who live in the same communities with different generational age groups, who understand or have experienced directly or indirectly the impacts of political unrest. Hence my target towards Richmond and Ngoma. Essentially, narrowing the lenses, focusing, okay, sorry. Something is happening here now. Okay, I'll just try. Okay, okay, sorry, something is not happening. All right. Okay, so as you can see there, I'll just highlight just one of them in terms of time. I would like to examine if social media has influenced practice of political participation, freedom of expression post-apartheid. Those are one of my objectives. Whilst looking at my key questions is to look at what do people use to engage and access and exchange political information. So it's very much important to draw those two in terms of understanding how individuals are able to access or understand information, specifically when you're talking about politics. Within the last state there where it says real-life consequences, with a definite result, social media impact has a potential or a phenomenon outcomes for South African post-apartheid society. I'm looking towards my theoretical framework at two theories that are in the sociology discipline. I'll first be looking at symbolic interactionism theory, which examines the meaning and emerging from the reperceptical interaction of individuals in social environments with other individuals, focuses on the questions of which symbols and meanings emerge and from each interaction within people. So this is basically looking at how the social space has become somewhat of a physical domain, not necessarily a physical domain, but a space of people where they can meet and share ideas. And what do those ideas mean? What do those symbols mean towards those individuals within that collective space? On the other hand, because I'm looking at politics, I'm looking at conflict theories. The conflict theory is concerned with the issue of who benefits from a particular arrangement, social arrangements, and how those powers maintain their positions and continue to reap the benefits. So for those who are in politics, they will understand how the balances of our political leaders and those who they serve, how they keep this balance with now interaction, with now the introduction of social media. You find that our communication is much more visible, it's much more direct, and can have individuals whereby they can have a platform to be accountable for. So striking that balance on how these political individuals are responding and how they're interacting with society is one thing that I'll want to actually engage with within my theory. The study is an explorative study which adopts a qualitative research process that is systematic and objective in the ways of which using numeric data from only a selected subgroup in the universe, which generalizes the findings within the universe. The sample of the study will be looking at 201 respondents who will be selected systematically in each of the study localities using a simple random technique, ensuring that responses have a chance to equally be represented by age, gender, and keeping with the sample frame above. I will just give a quick breakdown of how did I get to my sampling. Sampling was calculated separately using the Cole-Krem's formula. The Nongoma sample size was calculated at 132. I do see now it somewhat goes to 133, but I just cut off with that round-off number to give that balance. Within Richmond, we have 69 respondents. A total of 201 responses will be used within the qualitative. For those who would wish to then check on that formula, you can proceed, that it's up there. Here it is here, more or less broken down into what was done into getting my sampler and my formula. And the research design will be a group administered questionnaires. A completion of questionnaires from the sampled respondents' data will be captured on ESPSS version 24. Data will be analyzed using descriptive statistics and cross-pollinations for each of the study locality to compare trends and patterns amongst each of the age groups and the research locality. The purpose of the comparison is to ascertain to whether there is a difference in the perceptions of the respondents amongst the variables as assumed in the study objectives. I have not really spoken much about my literature, so which I'll probably try to dive in and really hasten my explanation on it, which I'm currently busy with. So do apologize for it somewhat seeming half-baked. The conflict, I'm starting by looking at conflict of history. So scholars have long acknowledged the persistent continuity of violence in the post-war societies, such as ours. KZN political violence, well-established patterns to assess who was a perpetrator and what are the motives. So we find that even today within our political landscape, we do not understand if it's a political motivated killing, is it criminality? All of those are certain things which society still boggles themselves with whenever they come across such incidents. The killing fields of KZN, whereby you find that very little, I'll say, has been written. I've got author by Ude Hayes, who's written about it. I've got Tyler, who's written about it. I've got Bruce, who's written about it. But they've more or less stuck into describing what happened within Richmond. I've found very little information being written about the Nongoma itself. It's just more or less encompassed under the flashpoints that were being written about post-apartheid. So it would be your Hammersdales, your Richmond, your Shoshobana, all of those areas. And all of that Nongoma specifically is included under there. So there's not much written in terms of the unrest there, but I am well certain that there was and there should be some way of information that needs to develop pertaining to the history of violence in that area. And as a sociology student, I looked at also sociology in the age of the internet, to see the internet as a social space, as I had mentioned before. Theories explained are being online. Sorry, guys. Okay. Being explained on, theories that are being explained online are being on another place of a political theory. So I've moved into understanding what we all seemingly live under, which is the information age. So throughout history, human interaction and information sharing has been very important. So as we find ourselves today, we're further on, still part of that human race that wants to have information and share it. It's just that the means and tools that we use it are much faster, and some of them, in terms of how we access them, are far broader in terms of reach. Freedom of, and then I go into cyber democracy, whereby as much as you can have information, cyber democracy, whereby these decisions on our digital platforms are able to have some sort of influence within our real life decisions. So this can just be made an example of our democracy, of our elections. That whatever is being shown on social media does have an impact. This can be traced into, you can look into 2008 Obama election, a lot of social media was used to kind of garner support for that. A lot of information was spread through there, using different avenues from music, from Facebook, from Twitter. In the same respect, you could also say an obverse side of it, whereby you saw the 2016 elections, whereby also misinformation on Hillary Clinton and so on also played a role. So you do find that cyber democracy is something that is really taking over for those who have access. I looked at freedom of expression. It has roughly 3 definitions from the authors that I looked at. But where I was interested was that it's where the press is free. So social freedom of expression is an area where they state that where the press is free and every man is able to read, all is safe. So freedom of expression is seen as now this watchdog looking over our political landscape, being able to articulate and being able to hold individuals accountable. To further stance that, it gave what we then looked into, which is a sense of freedom. So a sense of freedom, we saw this a reaction or action happening in areas such as the Arab Spring. For those who understand it, that occurred in 2011, whereby in Egypt and areas like Tunisia, there was an uproar against the then monarchy. So all of these communications and people mobilizing towards the state was all conducted mostly through social media, to a point that certain social media spaces had to be closed down just in that impact. So this sense of freedom has given us so much liberties to a point that they can be misconstrued. So in USA, in the same respect, it's a sense of freedom. Some of those who might have learned about previously in 2016 about the Pizza Hunt scandal, whereby an individual, based on information from social media, they went out and acted something violent on a certain space. And then we will draw closer to when we talk about freedom of expression, to the 2021 looting riot in KZN. You'll find that a lot of that information was being moved and shared on social media. So for those who might have not rioted the first day, but based on seeing the clips that were happening, they knew that they had a role to play the following day. So it was evidential that they could have that sense of freedom to partake. And then I would look at Phala Phala, Farmgate. It's in this state, I'm looking at in not the information, but how long it ran as a hashtag in terms of our social media space. How much of the Phala Phala conversation came up, as much as it was not being said on the news, but the informal spaces were continuing to have it as part of their conversation. So this hashtag had lasted over 6 weeks in South Africa, meaning that the spaces, the social spaces, individuals were really inquisitive to actually understand what was going on. And then I'll go to mediatization of politics, which more or less simply looks at how politicians has adapted to social media. So we're looking at this from a perspective of how we have sound bites, how we have these voice clips to actually gain attention, how we're having populist rhetoric being given out there simply just to spark emotion rather than inform. So even the political space itself has adapted and moved towards how it can survive. In this state, I'm looking at political leaders, statesmen themselves within this realm. Further on now, I looked at specifically just the most attainable tool towards participating, which is our cell phone. I looked at one of our profs, Prof. Sudmuti, who had written extensively to state that the cell phone is not for the youth. It has developed to how individuals live as part of us. I'm sure all of us hold a cell phone here and we partake, to a point that I went on further to say, well, with this cell phone, what do we then have? We have a digital space where we can share information, but yet we also have a space whereby we look at it in terms of what we call social memory. So social memory is a crucial condition of people relations, since conflict and cooperation hinge upon it. So whatever you might resume on your WhatsApp or your Facebook to say, throw back this, that's part of what you will call social memory. And in most cases, you find that this information will be held in the archives of the SABC or certain areas. But now you find that as soon as something is accessible to society, it becomes our social memory. So as part of that, we are no longer now held into ransom upon who has the information and how we can access it. Sorry. Okay, the study the study is therefore imperative as it extends the focus of understanding and the different potential impacts and outcomes social media has today on today's politics and inevitably shape the real life circumstances in society. So without having much of an IP, but I would recommend that in this space you find that individuals who have social media, your WhatsApp, your Twitters, they have to subscribe, they have to pay. It would be a great progress in terms of our local communities, municipalities, or our provincial communities, municipalities, to actually provide an open source database which is accessible and verifiable information on local political issues, particularly in local communities, to cushion the impact of miscommunication and false news on politics. So an open source whereby you can have articles which are free and open and easy to access, which sustain or actually rid some of the misinformation that is out there. It could be very helpful to communities who are currently in bondage based on what they see on social media as the truth. So I would want, as a PhD student, that those individuals have somewhat a way, the same way we would have as a student, to have an argument and to say, let's go Google it. I would want to have an open source to say, well, on this situation, let's go here and maybe we will find relevant information to guide this argument or to guide this idea. I will just quickly show, not more than a second, just some of the impacts that we get from using just this video of misinformation and how is it so dangerous, specifically towards communities that have been historically disadvantaged and have some sort of political unrest, and how all of these can really create a bigger problem than what we are trying to sort out in our societies. I just want to go back into it now. I'm not sure how I press play. Wait, jeez. It doesn't, okay. It's just a quick snippet. Guys, I won't take much of your time. It's just, don't press play. Just play. Yeah, just even my just press it from there. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if he's Odlan. Yeah, okay, it's not. Oh, okay. Nah. No, I'll be happy to share this within the group. But in short, guys, the short snippet here is just looking at how Israel-Palestine's miscommunication and false news is occurring. So he's looking at past videos that are edited to look as if they're new, information that is made, it's cropped out to give a different narrative, and how dangerous it is, specifically in an area of the world whereby us sitting here, we do not know really what's happening. So we rely on what we get on social media. But once you find that within fact checkers and sites that can help us to ascertain that, well, this is not an actual live bombing, this is not this, it will actually help to assist. So we live in that world whereby each and every information we come across, we have to question. And prior us sharing and pressing that button to write something, we actually understand the responsibility in which we hold to give out accurate information. Thank you. So,
I think from what it seems to me, you may want to look at the field of computational social sciences, or computational political science or computational sociology, they apply various methods of how to interact with various social media platforms and how to extract data from. So, for example, in the example of Twitter, you apply for the Twitter API, and through that, if they grant you Twitter API, unfortunately, from last year with Elon Musk coming in, it has been difficult to get data. But if you become successful, you can, depending on which tool you're using, so both in Python and R, you can request the specific data. So if you are interested in 2021 July protest or riots or looting, you can just specify the date, the hashtag, and then it will bring you all the tweets from that. And then you can, depending on your sort of like computational skills, you can do various type of data manipulation. But also there are other various data sets. There's a very big data which it's called armed and conflict location data. So it's geo-referenced data at real time. So if there's protest happening in certain area, it is reported, and you can go to the API. Also, from the API, you can query, and then maybe you can extract the locations. So in Nongoma and Richmond, you can extract those areas, and then you can see the trends in whatever event, whether it's protest, political violence, or any other. And then I think from that, from those type of data sources, you will be able to get to apply various methods and to get your findings. And you might, you may not necessarily be limited to the case studies or to those 2 case studies. You can do the whole of KZN. I think there's so much data in this field.
Thank you so much, Aubrey.
For the sake of time, I'm not waiting to be introduced. Sengfikile. I am Nobile Ndimande from the School of Clinical Medicine. As I said, I am not a doctor, a medical doctor. I'm coming more from the economic side. But I've listed here my supervisors. Profs Masigela and Mortimer are clinicians, and they specifically deal with lung disease, so they bring that speciality. And then Prof Mbonikaba is a health economist. So I might not have all the skills, but the team does. And I also just wanted to have them here, because after speaking to everyone, well, some people during this summer school, I've seen how blessed I am with my supervisors. They are very responsive, knowledgeable, and they're interested in building capacity in me as not just a PhD person just to do and qualify, but also to do research that has impact and that might continue after I finished my PhD. So it has made my life easier and made me enjoy my topic more. So yeah, I've just seen the impact and the importance of that. My study is going to be looking at the availability, cost, affordability, and cost effectiveness of inhaler therapies for chronic respiratory disease in sub-Saharan Africa. Respiratory disease, just a fancy word for lung disease. And we are specifically going to look at two of them, asthma and COPD. And these are both chronic lung diseases. They are two very different diseases that sometimes can be confused with each other if the person diagnosing isn't that knowledgeable or if the patient doesn't know what they have. But they are two different diseases. Asthma is the most common chronic lung disease among children, and the third most common in adults, and it affects 262 million people globally. COPD, which is chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, is the third leading cause of death globally. So these are big diseases, they are important, and we actually need data for them, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. What we are interested in my study is the economic impact of asthma and COPD for patients, households, and society as a whole. And I'm going to go back to what I said on day one, the cycle between poverty and disease, that the poorer you are, because you have lower access to health care, your living situation, you might be more exposed to environments that are riskier, like environments with pollution. Your education level, you might have a lower education level or not be aware of what diseases could impact you and therefore not be seeking treatment. And other things that would actually make it more likely for you to develop disease based on your economic power or economic ability. And then, of course, when you have disease, you may be more likely to become poorer. And I'm going to go into that in my next slide. So because of the cycle, we want to gather more economic data because there is some clinical data. We do want more of that, but there is very little economic data in LMICs, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. So we want to fill that gap so that policymakers don't just look at clinical data that, oh, so many people have asthma, but they understand that because so many people have asthma, our economy is impacted. Therefore, we really should spend money, not just to heal people and treat them, but to also improve the workforce and ensure that our economy can develop. So that it's like for like. We are spending money to make sure we can make money, not just solve a clinical problem. Just go to the next. And so my objectives for my PhD in particular are to determine the economic burden of COPD, to determine the economic burden of asthma, to systematically evaluate the cost effectiveness of inhaler therapies for asthma globally based on literature, to evaluate the cost effectiveness of combination therapy, inhaler versus standard of care in SA. And I'm going to go into detail in the next few slides about these. Besides my supervisors, I've also been blessed that I can work with bigger projects. So my economic portion is a smaller part of these bigger projects that we have. And the first one is Chest Africa. Chest Africa is going to be collecting data from 9 sites in 8 countries. Those countries are Burkina Faso, Rwanda, Nigeria, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, DRC, Ghana, Uganda. And for COPD, we're looking at adults, and asthma, we're looking at children and adolescents. The Nigeria here is in Lagos, and then the Nigeria for asthma, the kids, is in Kano. So it's 2 different cities in Nigeria. And for all these sites, we are looking at, it's a bigger study, so there is a clinical component that a clinician, a doctor, is supervising. And each site has their own local investigator and data collection teams. But then my component is going to be looking at finding out the income sources and levels, expenditure, essential expenditure, excluding expenditure for asthma and COPD treatment. Then we're going to go looking at what are the direct costs to be treated for asthma and COPD. And this includes any doctor fees, any medication fees, and also transportation fees. So from the moment you leave your house, how much are you spending to actually get access and get treated for your asthma or COPD? And then we're going to also look at indirect costs. These include missed school days, which we know do impact educational development for children and adolescents. There are key lessons that they might miss in those days that are foundational blocks for their educational development. Mixed work days would impact your salary and advancement. If you have asthma or COPD, you may not be able to work in certain environments because they trigger the disease. And you also have reduced productivity for the patient and their colleagues who must cover for the patient when they miss their work. So this is all data we're going to collect via questionnaires. We're also going to collect some data from health facilities in terms of the cost that they incur, because now this is even more important for government, because they need to know as policymakers and as government, this is how much we are incurring due to these diseases, that we could incur less if we manage them better. What outcomes are we interested in measuring after we've got all this information? We want impact, that should have been impacts to households. Is it catastrophic? Catastrophic is a WHO term, and there are certain percentages. So they look at your medical expenditure as a percentage of your income, or your medical expenditure as a percentage of all your other expenditure. And there's levels where they can see if it's over this level, then it's way too much. This is now too much for you to bear and pay just for medicine. Then we're going to look at the impact to society. The biggest contributors to the cost, is it transportation? Is it doctor fees? Is it accommodation if you are a caregiver for someone who is hospitalized? Is it food if you have to be hospitalized or visit a clinic? So we want to know what the biggest contributions or contributors to costs are. Then if we have enough numbers, we want to know what the association is between cost and the disease severity. Okay, so that was one, Chest Africa. That is all about economic impact. The other chapter that I'm going to be doing is going to be looking at a systematic review that is evaluating the cost effectiveness of inhaled ICS formoterol, A or MART for asthma. Okay, I'm going to start with ICS formoterol. ICS formoterol is a combined inhaler. It acts in different ways to relax your muscles that are being restricted and make you unable to breathe. And combinations were developed not that long ago, before people used to use ICS, which is inhaled corticosteroids, for normal, just every day. And they would sometimes use SABA, which is short-acting reliever, or LABA, which acts over a longer period of time. But then they did clinical research, and they found that ICS formoterol is clinically superior. So it acts quickly, and it acts longer, and solves the issue of your breathlessness much better than the separate inhalers. A is just as needed, MART is every day. So this is going to be a systematic review, and it's looking from 2013 to 2023, looking global, trying to identify what information does exist regarding the cost effectiveness of this combination therapy versus standard of care. The reason we are doing this is because of the second study that we are part of, which is A South Africa. This is a clinical trial that is here in KwaZulu-Natal, and it's looking at 6-year-olds to 18-year-olds, and it's looking at the clinical and cost effectiveness of inhaled budesonide formoterol versus standard of care. I'll be looking at the cost effectiveness. Again, there's clinician team looking at the clinical effectiveness. We are collecting the same data from this group. Just noticed that you never see when I'm actually making things. We're collecting the same data from this group, so patient costs, health system costs, and then the clinical team will be collecting this data, which is important for asthma treatment, your lung function, your asthma control, and then we will collect quali on the cost side. I want to get to this slide because this is important. This is what I'm interested in that on this axis is incremental benefits of the intervention, this budesonide formoterol, which is clinically superior. We're also going to be testing it in this population in this country because it hasn't been trialed before in SA. So we are going to be finding out what is the benefit clinically. Does it make the person have better outcomes? And then this is now cost. What are the additional costs? And then these little 4 blocks tell you the different combinations that they can be. The intervention can be less costly and better, so have better clinical outcomes and be cheaper. And if an intervention is here, you have no reason not to adopt it, because it's making your population healthier, but it's costing you less. So this is my ideal. If I can get it here, God please, then yeah, it's great research. Well, all research is good, but it's just a nice result. If it is there at the top, the red, so it's more costly and worse, then that's an automatic rejection. Why would I adopt an intervention that is going to have worse outcomes and actually cost me more money? And then if it's in the blue or orange, where it's less costly and worse, more costly and better, that is when you look at some thresholds we have to decide will you adopt it or not based on the threshold, the dollar or rand threshold that we would adopt. So this is what we care about and what we want to find out. And we will have a number where it's looking at the cost difference as a function of clinical difference. What are we going to do with the results? We are going to publish them, obviously. The Chest Africa data, the one that's from the 9 sites, we're going to create an online observatory where you just type in the website and you can find all the results on a web page for public access, for policymakers, for other researchers, for funders to be able to see the clinical and cost data from all these countries. Present at conferences and share with policymakers, local and international. These are my references, and this is my thanks. Questions? No questions? Yes.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. From a social science perspective, does your study also take into consideration behavioral issues that could actually be making these diseases more or worse on your study participants? Because sometimes, well, with us in social science, we do take into consideration like the lifestyle. You might find that if you could probably find a person that, as she was saying, some people could be living close to a mine. If that person could relocate from that particular environment, maybe they wouldn't be as affected by asthma. Other people smoke. Maybe you could tell this person, hey, if you change your lifestyle, maybe you'd have better health. So if that may be the situation, they may not even need medical intervention if there is a behavioral and lifestyle change. So please also take that part into consideration.
Okay. Yeah, I'll answer that. So the clinical questionnaires ask questions related to behavior and risk and where you are living and what you are exposed to. So that is there on the clinical side. I'm not looking at it. And then in terms of asthma and COPD, they actually, strangely enough, don't know what causes asthma definitively. Definitely exposure to unhealthy environments does contribute. So that is part of it, but sometimes it's genetic, sometimes it's whatever. So yes, we are finding out that information, but we are finding it out also knowing it is part of the contributors. There are other contributors to having the disease. But definitely environment does play a role in, once you have the disease, in it being exacerbated. So in you actually having asthma attacks and so on. So yeah, so it has been collected just elsewhere. Anyone else? Okay, thank you everyone.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Ntabi Singh Dlamini. I am from the Department of Public Health, School of Nursing and Public Health, Health Sciences College. Amen. Oh. My study is part of a larger project where an interdisciplinary team will be looking at adapting and validating a novel spectral screening tool that is linked to a cell phone. Or that is linked to a smartphone for the diagnosis of female genital schistosomiasis. And this study, it's in collaboration with, it's been done in 3 sub-Saharan African countries, South Africa, Eswatini, and Mozambique, as well as the international partners, Norway, Denmark, and Greece. Okay, thank you. Now, female genital schistosomiasis is a significant, but it's often overlooked. Not a lot of people know about it, even though we know about schistosomiasis, which is also known by the name bilharzia or ischenene. We've heard about that, but with regards to the female genital schistosomiasis, now that's where I focus on. It is caused by the schistosoma hematobium. That is a parasite found in freshwater bodies. Yes, and it penetrates the skin and then travels in your body. It can affect all body organs. But in my particular case, we are looking at it in the female genitalia. The eggs of the schistosome eggs, they get lodged in the fallopian tubes. They get lodged in the cervix, and that causes the lesions. And then those lesions, because of such lesions, then you would have gynecological complications such as infertility, ectopic pregnancies, and spontaneous abortion. And urination when somebody coughs, incontinence. So those are some of the complications that female genital schistosomiasis, one that has female genital schistosomiasis experiences. Now, what I will be looking at, because we're looking at we are looking at finding a diagnostic support for what is already there to diagnose female genital schistosomiasis, because with this comes with all the lesions that I've spoken about. It also increases the chances of, increases the risk of HIV as well. So this is something that affects women, and it is, since they are the ones that are in contact with water most of the time, and in our country, we still have places where we don't have piped water, and people still need to go to the rivers to do their laundries, to fetch water, and we have kids that are playing and swimming in these fresh bodies of water. And most of the time you get schistosomiasis during childhood, and then you grow with it if it's not treated, and the treatment is consequential. Though it is treatable, but with the lesions, the female genital schistosomiasis, the lesions that you get there, those are chronic. Okay, so now what we are looking at is a diagnostic tool that will be used in support of everything else that is being that is used for the diagnosis of schistosomiasis. It is challenging because, point number one, female genital schistosomiasis, as I've said, it has been neglected, and it's not even in the medical textbooks. So even the healthcare workers do not know about it. Some healthcare workers do not know about female genital schistosomiasis. And because also the symptoms that one gets when they have female FGS, they also resemble those of STIs. So that is why we often get misdiagnosis from because we have symptoms that resemble STI. The diagnosis, and then this gap is underscores the urgent need for innovative and accessible, accurate diagnostic tools. On one of the most promising technologies is the spectral imaging. Now, the spectral imaging it's not necessarily a tool in terms of what you can see, but it is a technology that is used with the colposcope, because the colposcope is what is used to examine the genitalia, to do the to do the vaginal examination. And with the coloscope, with the technology, the spectral imaging technology, it captures, it can capture detailed light patterns at every point to be able to see the lesions that are caused by the eggs being embedded in the tissue within the cervix and the vaginal walls. So this is just the life cycle of the schistosoma hematobium, how it is, that cycle, how it is from somebody peeing in the river, and then from the pee you get the eggs, and then the eggs are released, and they hatch, and they get into the snail, and then from the snail you have the saccharia that is then what penetrates the skin, and once inside your body, it then is, it travels through your whole body. And as I've said, that there is treatment, but then the treatment only kills the adult worms. It does not kill the eggs, which is what causes the lesions that then the FGS is. In South Africa, over 4 million people are estimated to be at risk of, or to have schistosomiasis, and 25 million are at risk of schistosomiasis. And since there are no, there is low index of suspicion amongst healthcare workers, so in that misdiagnosis, as I've said before, and there's also this disconnect. So that's why I'm looking at now the perspectives of the perspectives of multi-stakeholders on the use of the spectral imaging technique. So there is that disconnect between the technological potential and the real-world experiment, where you have technologies or equipment that is spoken of, that is, it can work, it can do the job, but then it has not been really tried in the practical in the real life settings. So what I will be looking at is the perspectives of the healthcare workers, the patients, and the community leaders to get what, for the healthcare workers, I will be looking at their perspectives in terms of the tool itself, whether it is usable compared to what they already have currently. But because of the lack of literature that has been done, because this is something that is new, what will be used, the spectral imaging technology. It's new, it will be the first time that it will be used on the diagnosis of FGS. So it has been used otherwise in cervical cancer. And since this is also a dual study, I'm going back and forth, I'm sorry for that. Since this is a dual, it's dual safe, so we're looking at this tool will be able to will be able to diagnose or help diagnose both cervical cancer and FGS, because there's this fear that if it's focused only on FGS, then it will miss the cervical cancer. Yes, and so previously this has the technology, because the technique, the spectroscope, which is a technique that is combined with within the spectroscope, that is combined, because spectroscopic techniques have been able to make great contribution in terms of detecting cervical cancer at an early stage. So now it's taking those, that and being able to use it in detecting the FGS lesions, because those two lesions can sometimes be mistaken for the other. So the aim of the study is to comprehensively explore multi-stakeholders' perspectives on the implications of utilizing spectral imaging technology in the diagnosis of female genital schistosomiasis in the context of KwaZulu-Natal to inform a robust diagnostic framework for implementation. And my objectives are, I will explore the healthcare workers' perspectives on enablers and capacity and constraints of the current diagnostic tools in KwaZulu-Natal, and to understand the perspectives and experiences of healthcare workers using spectral imaging technology in the diagnosing of FGS in KwaZulu-Natal, and I'll also assess women's experiences of the spectral imaging technology in diagnosing FGS and explore their views on the use of technology in the diagnosis of FGS, and to also investigate their knowledge, attitudes, and perspectives regarding the gynecological services in KwaZulu-Natal. And I will also conduct a document review of policies in the management of FGS. And when diagnosing, I've spoken a lot about the diagnosis of FGS, what the tool looks for. So through the colposcope, these are the, as you can see, the pictures there. So the 3 colposcopic observations and 1 laboratory test can help diagnose FGS. So you have to visualize, or rather see the cervix, to see the grainy, sandy, as you can see from that picture, and the next one, the grainy, sandy patches and the homogeneous yellow areas, and then the granules there, the rubbery pupils, I think you can see them as well there. And then you have those, the blood vessels, they can also be highlighted in the cervix. And there's also contact bleeding when one has FGS. So in order to definitively say that a person has FGS, you have to have 3 of those 3 plus a lab test. So the lab also, there is the urine test, which is inadequate on its own. And the PCR as well, it is inadequate on its own. So having one of those tests plus those these observations, then you can definitively say that there is female genital schistosomiasis. And as I've highlighted before, that spectroscopic techniques have made significant contributions in early detection of cervical cancer. And so with the combination of the two, with combining the imaging and spectroscope, then that offers the potential for non-invasive, objective diagnostic method for FGS. And technology has, I think I'll be repeating myself if I say that. And with many communities, when people are asked about the FGS or ischenene, most people know it as something that only affects males. And you would hear people saying, and so that is known, that person has ischenene. So with the implementation of control strategies, that has been lacking because there's not much about FGS. So hence, I will be looking into the policy. And methods that I will be using. So with my methods, I'm still working on them. So this study will employ a mixed method because I will look at a qualitative, exploratory, descriptive methods with a quantitative cross-sectional survey. And this will be underpinned by institutional ethnography and Limpsky's theory of street bureaucracy. The study area is Ilembe district on the east coast of KwaZulu-Natal. As I'm not sure whether you were able to see from my problem statement that Ilembe is one of the districts that has a high prevalence of Schistosoma hematobium. And it is also burdened with burdened by HIV. Participants will include women aged 18 to 49 that will undergo coloscope. And as I've said, this is part of a larger study, so there will be a randomized clinical trials. And I will get my participants from that group, the participants in terms of the patients. And as for the healthcare workers, it's all the healthcare workers that will be utilizing the tool. And since it's going to run in these 3 countries, so to get their perspectives, because all these 3 countries will use this tool for diagnosis. Oh, yes, thank you. And then for sampling, critical purposive sampling, and for the quantitative sampling, still a work in progress with the sampling that will be determined by Yaman's formula. And for the data collection, in-depth one-on-one interviews using semi-structured interview guides and the cross-sectional survey with structured questionnaire. And for analysis, IPA for the qualitative, and in vivo for coding and thematic analysis, and Strata for the quantitative aspect. Theoretical, ethical considerations will be as follows. I think we are all aware of the ethical considerations. And as for the theoretical framework, I'm still working on that, because I'm thinking of using term and diffusion of theory, a diffusion of innovation theory. I think I'll stop there.
Presented your proposal. When you are going to present, be brief into the point, because these professors, they have a lot of programs they need to run. So if you are going to talk until they sleep, you're going to have a problem. Because they are humans, how are they going to certify you to proceed might be dependent on the mood or emotion they developed within seconds. Because you were talking very well, I loved the jargon, the medical terminologies. Then suddenly I see I'm putting my aims after that long flow. Otherwise, your research is excellent. So I am saying when you're presenting to these people, be brief and to their point. Because some of the things you can lay out, they can see that you did this research in 2021, maybe just pick one, go to the next, go to the next. You save their time, they also be good. Then they say, oh, may you move out, they discuss, you move out with your supervising staff as well.
Thank you.
Mine is a quick one. Maybe it's just a compliment. And thank you so much for carrying us through those, especially myself from the social sciences. I was able to follow through and to a certain extent able to understand the nature of the problem that you are currently dealing with. Thank you so much, and I commend you for that. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to make a contribution also. Thank you for presentation. For me, it was not just a research proposal, but also it was more of raising awareness, because I believe that some of us were not aware of this disease that you were presenting about. So thank you for this consciousness raising. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Good afternoon. Oh, I'm a bit taller today. Good evening, colleagues. My proposed topic is on exploring e-participation in sessiomoiosis. I'm exploring e-participation in South Africa's state-aided self-help housing under the supervision of Professors Mieni and Masugu, as well as the mentorship of Dr. Paul. In terms of the background, in contemporary post-apartheid South Africa, there is quite a number of legislative and policy mechanisms for beneficiary participation in housing process and product. For instance, sections 4.4.4 and 4.5.1 of the 1994 Housing White Paper committed government to a development process from within communities which would promote the participation of the affected communities in the planning and implementation of new developments. And the Department of Human Settlements states the need to facilitate the involvement of residents and key stakeholders through consultation, information sharing, education, training, and skills transfer, thereby empowering the residents. Despite this, though, the desired levels of beneficiary participation are yet to be realized. Hence, in around 1998, there was a shift from a quantitative delivery of housing to quality-focused delivery of housing when the government endorsed the People's Housing Process, also known as the PHP. So what the PHP says is that beneficiaries have two main roles. The first role is at the level of decision-making process during project planning and initiation phases. They need to play a critical role there, and at the level of the actual construction of the building through sweat equity. The National Housing Code describes the PHP as a viable vehicle in involving the people in the provision of their houses by being part of the entire process. Beneficiary participation, colleagues, is perceived as an undertaking that results in empowerment, and it helps to ensure the appropriate and sustainable housing strategies. Thus, the main benefits of the PHP arise from allowing beneficiaries to make choices about and exercise control over the housing process. This can be attributed to Tenner's concepts of dweller control and freedom to build. And my problem statement emanates from the 2003 when the Department of Housing embarked on a review assessment of the people's housing process. They found that the program did not achieve the desired outcome of increased beneficiary input. These review findings then culminated to the adoption of the enhanced people's housing process, which we call the EPHP in 2008. This is a subsidized government housing program in which beneficiaries actively participate in the decision-making over the housing process and product to achieve some important targets. And these important targets include empowering beneficiaries, creating an opportunity for beneficiaries to contribute to the decision-making of their homes, and nationally creating inclusive and sustainable human settlements which are more responsive to the needs of the community. The Department of Housing findings are still consistent with some of the findings by various studies that indicate that beneficiary participation in decision-making processes during state-aided self-help housing projects in South Africa remains a vexing issue. I'll just point out two studies here. Ndima, conducted a study in around the Free State, found that the role of beneficiaries is now, in most cases, being reduced to that of sweat equity, whereby beneficiaries are only used to assist the bricklayers with the construction process, but not necessarily in the decision-making process. And another study that was conducted by Njikelana Papama indicates that beneficiaries do not have full control of their projects and decision-making in their initiation, planning, and implementation stages of their houses. So she pointed out a disjuncture between policy interface and the actual implementation. This lack of beneficiary participation is attributed to a lack of communication about the program itself, financial costs, because the consultations, decision-making process can be quite lengthy, so it can be costly financially, and the time delays as well, and political patronage, the lack of the technical know-how, and manipulation in instances where it does happen, where beneficiaries are only used as window dressing. So this has led me to draw some conclusions that since active beneficiary participation leads to empowerment, and that leads to appropriate, inclusive, and sustainable human settlements, which in totality leads to a guaranteed housing satisfaction, then lack of beneficiary participation reverses the entire equation. And what then that does is it renders the enhanced people's housing process less impactful. Hence, the aim and objectives of my study the aim is to explore how e-participation can strengthen the beneficiary administration in state-aided self-help housing to enable active and responsive beneficiary participation. The objectives are as follows: to understand the selection criteria, because that's very important, to understand the selection criteria process, or the process of state-aided self-help housing, to assess whether and how beneficiaries were involved in the decision-making processes, and to assess whether and how beneficiaries were empowered. And the last objective is to co-create or adapt an e-participation platform that can be used to enhance beneficiary participation within the space of self-help housing. Some of the key questions here, the overarching question is, how can e-participation strengthen beneficiary administration in South Africa's state-aided self-help housing? And the subsidiary questions there are, how were the beneficiaries selected for the chosen state-aided self-help housing project? Were the beneficiaries involved in the decision-making process, and how, if they were involved? And were beneficiaries empowered? And if they were, how were they empowered? Just the motivation of the study, I'll just try to jump into some of the key things here. So, e-participation could play a critical role by creating platforms for beneficiaries to participate in state aided self-help housing. And this is a crucial element for achieving some of the important targets that I had highlighted, which include empowering the beneficiaries, because you don't want to just give people houses, but you want to make sure that they are empowered so that they become active participants in the process. So despite the potential of ICTs, I mean, Paul was here presenting about e-participation and the potential of ICT to reform public services by delivering quality public services through cost and time delay elimination. Studies that look at the role of e-participation in self-help housing are limited, especially in the context of South Africa. The second one is in terms of the design studies that allow, that follow a bottom-up approach array, and most e-participation platforms are imposed, leading to misalignment between the environment and the tech innovation. Therefore, this study seeks to close this gap. And some of the key consideration that I would take into cognizance when I conduct this study is when it comes to e-participation tools or platforms or even any tech innovation, there are always issues of language, accessibility, usability, and relatability. Those must always inform how we go about the design process. The other thing here is that e-participation can either facilitate or it can undermine the inclusion of traditionally marginalized groups. So hence, the local context becomes very critical in any socio-technical design or innovation. Therefore, there is a need to consider ways in which e-participation could become embedded in a local context. And this is where my study comes in. Co-creation becomes a key strategy where all the stakeholders are involved in the development or the adaptation of an e-participation platform. Lastly, I will be using the two key theoretical frameworks, the rational choice theory. The rational choice theory looks at the individual acts and it argues that individuals act based on the information that they have, so information sharing becomes very important. But also the key thing here is that what this theory argues is when it comes to complex social phenomena, they cannot be explained without taking into consideration the individual actions. Then the second theory that I will be using is the social construction of technology theory. I think the main argument by this theory is that successful innovations do not succeed because they are true or because they are the best, but because they are socially supported. So through the co-creation process, you are then able to get that social support from the community. And the last argument is that the way technology is used cannot be understood without understanding that technology is embedded in its social context. So there is a need to design tech platforms that are embedded within the social context. So I will pause there and maybe not take any questions, or maybe one or two questions. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, I think we've zoned into the element of saving time, Prof. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Wanele Jaja, and I come from the discipline of housing and also the discipline of town planning. So my study is titled Housing and Capital Accumulation, in which I will be exploring the use of self-help housing as a mechanism for capital accumulation. So in terms of the overview of my presentation, I'll provide a brief background and also allude over some literature review, which will then lead to my problem statement and also aims and objectives, and then discuss the theoretical framework that will be adopted in the study before discussing the research methodology. So in terms of the background, my study draws from the historical development of housing policy in South Africa, in a sense that after the transition to democratic South Africa, the housing policy adopted the people-centered approach to development, which prioritizes the involvement of disadvantaged communities and also the implementation of pro-poor policies. So within the sphere of housing, the people-centered approach will mean that every policy and housing project that is implemented should always be in line with the involvement of different people from different spheres of the society, including the disadvantaged communities. So if you look at the discipline of housing, you will find that the self-help housing initiative is closely linked to the requirements of the people-centered approach, in a sense that it is a housing delivery mechanism that is initiated by the people and driven by the people in terms of implementation. So in this case, the self-help housing presents a more inclusive, participatory approach to housing development. And it is also recognized at a statutory level in terms of the people's housing process and also the enhanced people's housing process, which has basically the transformed PHP. So the difference between these two is that the people's housing process, which is abbreviated as PHP, was initiated by the people from the community and largely inspired by organizations such as the Homeless People's Federation, whereas the EPHP is largely driven by the government as it's aimed to redefine the PHP by prioritizing economic development, retaining social capital, and also including women and youth, among other aspects. So the establishment of the EPHP marked the formalization of self-help housing in South Africa, which largely displayed the characteristics of state control. For instance, after the EPHP came into play, self-help housing was then implemented by housing support centers, which are basically the non-profit organizations that are working within the environment of housing, which would source funds from government in order to build houses for the poor in the name of self-help housing. So this formalization process has resulted to an environment where one will ask themselves who are the true beneficiaries of this self-help housing process, if it's either the business class or the poor. So in terms of the literature review, there are certain things that I pointed out which include that self-help housing has been the dominant feature of urban development in the third world. However, if you look in the history of urban development in African countries, you will find that the origins of self-help housing are explored with limited details, which live outside the state-sponsored self-help housing. So this modification process of self-help housing and its formalization emerged as a result of conventional and modern housing knowledge. So its modification has put self-help housing into mainstream housing discourse, which has encouraged the involvement of institutions such as the World Bank through sites and services. I won't allude much on sites and services because of time. So in this case, the self-help housing policy in South Africa, after it was modified, has been largely characterized by bureaucratic practices where government initiates the project procures and registers the projects, and procures design and building materials, and also procures development and building permits. So all these formal procedures are undertaken by, or they require expert knowledge. So as a result, the process of self-help housing has attracted the private sector through consultant, which will offer expert knowledge into the delivery process. So it is against this case that this study aims to look at the flow of capital within the delivery of self-help housing. So in terms of the problem statement, this study is largely drawing from the influence of the neoliberal principles and modernist approach in the South African housing policy, which has resulted in the involvement of market actors in the formulation of housing policy and formalization of housing delivery. So these factors has resulted to the deviation from the people-centered approach to housing delivery. So in terms of the aim and objectives of my study, the overall aim is to explore the mechanisms of capital accumulation that are used in the delivery of self-help housing in South Africa. So achieving this overall aim will be guided by these objectives, which include examining the mechanisms of capital accumulation that are used in the delivery of self-help housing, and also to analyze the self-help housing policy in order to point out the practices that promote the interest of the economic class in self-help housing delivery, and also to critically identify the common ideas and beliefs of people regarding self-help housing. And then in terms of the theoretical framework, I will use 3 theories, which is the theory of governmentality, and also Marxism and capital accumulation, as well as the theory of hegemony. So the reason for adopting governmentality by Michael Foucault is that it offers the opportunity to study the concepts of power, by unpacking underlying rationalities. So in the context of this study, this theory will give us the ability to look at the development of self-help housing from the historical perspective, where we will identify different phases and also the practices that has been initiated to shape the current form of self-help housing, and also looking at the Marxism and capital accumulation. So the reason we adopted this theory is because when you look from the Marxist perspective, the state is defined from different areas, including structuralism and instrumentalism. So in the case of the study, we'll adopt the instrumentalist approach to the concepts of, to definition of the state. So the reason for that is because we want to analyze the way in which the economic class has managed to use the state through policy formulation as a mechanism upon which they can be able to secure their interest in the delivery of self-help housing. So their interest is obviously capital accumulation or profit making. And then in terms of the theory of hegemony, the reason we adopted this theory is because it allows us to look at the society from the way in which it is governed by ideas. So this theory is built on the premises that people are not only led by force alone, but also they can be led through ideas. So adopting this theory in the study will give us the ability to look at the ideas or beliefs that has been instilled into the lives of people in order to shape the delivery of self-help housing. In terms of the research methodology, I haven't really done much work around the research methodology, but my study will be qualitative in nature, and also a case study research method will be adopted. In terms of the research paradigm, a constructivist research paradigm will be used, and then purposive sampling will be used, and then data collection will be done through in-depth interviews in a form of semi-structured interviews, and then data collection will be done using thematic analysis. Thank you. I know there are no questions because of time. That will be great.
So I couldn't see you, I was only hearing the voice. Are there questions coming on from our participants online before we think that there are no questions? Okay, let me just take this opportunity to thank all of you. I'll start to thank now those who are online, and also your participation and also your presence here. I think we really appreciate. And thank you so much for the team there for staying with us until to this time, because we had thought that we'll finish earlier, but we also needed to give some colleagues to have that space of, it's a therapy, isn't it? So now we have been able, we are starting to share what we are thinking with other people, and also there are some questions which are coming through. So now let me just take you through, we are all aware that tomorrow you'll be a bit relaxing, isn't it? But on Sunday, you'll have to negotiate with God, okay? That on Sunday, we need you here. But I'm sure he will be also with us. Okay, then. So on Sunday, then we are starting with the usual time. And we'll have two presentations. We'll have one presentation online, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct, Doc? Yeah, we'll have, I think, two presentations. Because we'll be looking at some case studies, if I'm not mistaken. We have four presentations? Yeah, on Sunday. Okay. No, Doc, I'm referring to how many speakers do we have on Sunday? Oh, 2, yeah. Okay. So I've got 2 speakers. Yeah. Okay, the one is on. I'm sorry that I didn't bring my... Online, yes? And you have a show. Okay. Okay. We'll have 2 presentations also on Sunday from 2 experts. So I'm sure that I've been waiting for those presentations for some time. And then from the student side, then we'll have 4 presentations then. So be prepared, but I want to caution you in time that if we give 10 minutes, we give 10 minutes, not 30 minutes, okay? Yes. Thank you. I'm sure that we are going to enjoy the rest of the evening. As to how we are going to enjoy it, I'm not going to say anything, okay? Thank you.